You are unmuted.
Hello, anybody there? I tried to get us a coffee, honey. I want you to know, but they're not open yet. No, I said I tried to get us a coffee, but they're not open yet.
Okay, good evening, everyone.
Okay.
I'd like to call the meeting of the City of Laguna Beach Planning Commission of March 18th, 2006 to order at this time. Before we start, Commissioner Kellenberg, are you out there somewhere?
Yes, I am.
And just want to confirm that there's no other members of the public there with you?
There are not.
Okey doke. We'll now take roll call. Nancy?
Commissioner Dubin,
Here.
Commissioner Sadler,
Here.
Commissioner Whiten. Here. Chair Pro Tem Goldman,
Here.
Chair Kellenberg.
Here.
Okay, thank you. We have a quorum and can proceed with the meeting. At this time, members of the public may address the Planning Commission regarding any items not on the agenda, but within the subject matter jurisdiction of the Planning Commission. No actions may be taken off agenda unless authorized by law. Comments shall be limited to 3 minutes each unless extended for good cause by the Planning Commission. Is there anybody who wishes to come forward to speak? Please state your name.
Could you please hand this out? Thank you. My name is Ann Christoph, and I'm just giving you the hot off the press. You're the very first members of the public to see this. The Civic Association's announcement of its annual meeting on April 6th at the ranch. And we are preparing this mailer for every household in South Laguna. So, but the meeting is not restricted to South Laguna, so all of you who live wherever you live are welcome to attend. And there's some background in here about the association, which was founded in 1946. And so this is our 80th anniversary. We're probably the oldest community association in Laguna Beach. And then in the back, there's a picture from the garden, and there's a spring fling potluck on Saturday, this coming Saturday from 2 to 5 p.m., which you're also invited to attend. Thank you.
Thank you, Ann. Okay, any additional public comments? Okay, we'll now close the public communications and move to the consent calendar. We have one item on the consent calendar tonight. Do any of the commissioners wish to pull that item? I see none. Would any members of the public like to pull in this item from the consent calendar? See none there. Could somebody make a motion to approve the minutes?
So moved.
Second. Commissioner Dubin,
Yes.
Commissioner Sadler,
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten.
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Goldman,
Yes.
Chair Kellenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay. We'll now move to the first public hearing on the agenda. It is item 5.1, concept review 2026-0331. Applicant is the City of Laguna Beach, prepared by the Public Works and Utilities Department. And Alpha, you'll be presenting.
Good evening, Chair Kellenberg and Planning Commissioners. I'm Alpha Santos, Project Manager for the City of Laguna Beach Public Works and Utilities Department. I'm here to present to you the concept review for Design Review 26-331 for the Ocean Avenue and Beach Street Streetscape Improvements Project. The project is located on Ocean Avenue between South Coast Highway and Forest Avenue and Beach Street between Broadway Street and Ocean Avenue within the Commercial Business 1 resident serving 2 commercial and visitor districts of the Downtown Specific Plan. The project aims to improve public infrastructure in the downtown area and is based on the initiatives identified in the Downtown Specific Plan. As part of this effort, the city's landscape architect, SWA Group, prepared conceptual exhibits with these goals in mind: establish a thriving pedestrian-forward environment, preserve as much parking as possible, promote a healthy, long-term street canopy, and beautify the public right-of-way. Together, these 4 goals support the primary goal of strengthening Ocean Avenue's identity and may later become a framework for adjacent downtown streets. The project design aims to do this by using these 3 strategies that are highlighted: phased hardscape replacement to reduce trip and falls, tree and tree well improvements, and the addition of bump outs for these 3 reasons: traffic calming, safer crossings, and additional planting opportunities. The conceptual exhibit from its initial form in spring 2025 has been refined to the current form being presented to the Planning Commission today. On November 4th, 2025, the city held a town hall for the public to provide comments and concerns about the project concept. Listed on the slide are the public's key concerns. Those in attendance did not favor the possible conversion of Lower Ocean Avenue to a one-way street, and they expanded on their circulation concerns. Other concerns included potentially losing parking spaces to bump outs. The public shared that the then tree palette did not match what was previously approved as a guideline for tree replacements to replace ficus trees with magnolias. They also shared their thoughts about tree well materials and grates. The city received a suggestion about the addition of downtown lighting. There were requests for additional public engagement opportunities to comment about the project's design. And a retailer shared her concern about the construction timing so that construction avoids both peak summer and holiday seasons that retailers thrive in. With those concerns and the completion of a traffic study to possibly turn Lower Ocean Avenue to a one-way street, the project was presented to the City Council on the November 18, 2025 meeting. And here, the City Council directed staff to maintain 2-way circulation on Lower Ocean Avenue, incorporate bump outs to those affected by the daylighting laws, add bump outs while minimizing the loss of parking spaces to enhance pedestrian safety, widen sidewalks to address ADA issues, and refine the proposed tree palette to be more consistent with the L-Shard. They also mentioned about considering the planting of larger specimen trees and to avoid trees with high litter or pruning needs. And these conceptual exhibits were revised and advanced through engineering for tonight's Planning Commission concept review. The project's intent is to improve pedestrian accessibility throughout the corridor. So these hardscape improvements mainly comprise of a sidewalk repaving in a 2x2 grid saw-cut joint pattern throughout the corridor. And you can see that in picture A. On picture B and C, it shows the sidewalk will be widened as needed for ADA compliance. And part of that, the project proposes to widen the northern sidewalk along Beach between the intersection with Ocean Avenue and the channel to go around the existing ficus tree with the intention of protecting the tree during construction. The project also proposes the consistent use of brick pavers in the crosswalk of Ocean and Beach. On D, there is a picture of the crosswalk. There's two asphalt legs and two legs that are bricks. Hard to see, but you could see that it's inconsistent. The project also capitalizes on the loss of one parking space affected by the daylighting laws at the southeast corner by Bank of America at the intersection of Beach and Ocean. So the California AB 413 daylighting law prohibits the stopping, standing, or parking of a vehicle within 20 feet of the vehicle approach on any side of the crosswalk or 15 feet of any crosswalk where a curb extension is present. So for this intersection, there was an effort to try to make the curb radius similar at 3 of the 4 corners. And the bump outs were reduced at each corner to facilitate the turning of large vehicles. That includes the fire trucks and larger delivery trucks that are 40 feet long. That required the addition of stop bars further back from the crosswalk to assist with the turning. Originally, a larger bump out was proposed and would have removed another parking space from each side of the street by Rasta Taco and Gorjana. It's much less of a pronounced bump out to accommodate both the widened north sidewalk on Beach Street and to keep the parking space on Beach Street. Curb ramps were also positioned so that there was a need for only one curb ramp at each corner and to straighten out the crosswalks as much as possible. These bump outs allow for additional areas for landscaping in the intersection and also maintain visibility throughout the intersection. Other proposed bump outs featured on the slide shows that SWA had the intention of utilizing the space along the street that is not currently used for parking and capping off lengths of angled parking stalls, combined with either unmarked or existing red curb striping, and to add landscaping or trees for traffic calming with a high priority to minimize the loss of parking spaces. So pictured are proposed bump outs in front of 237 Ocean and Shirley's Bagel. So you could see here that there is somewhat of a bump out with brickwork already in front of 237 Ocean, and in front of Shirley's there is a red curb that will also be utilized with the angled parking space. A notable proposed bump out for pedestrian safety is located on Ocean and Forest. This removes one parking space along Forest, but it increases the pedestrian visibility for safe crossing of Forest Avenue. The city hired a third-party arborist to evaluate the street trees and categorize them into these 3 tiers based on visual inspection. They were based on health and structural condition and anticipated ability to withstand construction-related impacts based on what you can visually see from the critical and structural root zones. So we have these 3 tiers: tier 1, tier 2, tier 3. Tier 1 are trees recommended for removal due to poor health or structural deficiencies. Tier 2 were trees that may not survive worst case scenario construction related impacts. And tier 3 are trees that most likely will survive those construction impacts. And from that evaluation, we took the 57 trees from tier 1, tier 2, and requested for additional analysis. And here you could see what the next step of analysis was. It was level 2 conflict and failure assessments, and then a further level 3 advanced assessment. The level 2 conflict versus failure assessments, this reviewed each tree. A conflict is the tree or part of a tree, like the fruits, leaves, branches, that could potentially affect pavement, vehicle, pedestrians, or buildings. And failure would be the observed defect that could fail within a year. So each tree was assessed for those, as well as a level 3 Picus sonic tomograph to show what the potential trunk decay and structural instability is. And, preservation and removal recommendations were developed on each tree's condition, overall risk rating, and the feasibility of mitigation measures. The next step would be to have the arborist review designed plans against the existing trees so that they can actually analyze for root impacts to those trees during construction activities that weren't called for removal. Depending on those findings, additional trees may require removal and replacement, and those we would bring up at the next project presentation to the Planning Commission. Based on the arborists' level 2 and 3 assessments, a total of 7 trees along Ocean Avenue are recommended for removal and replacement. Of those 7 trees, 2 are privately maintained and 5 are city maintained. It is unlikely that these trees will recover under normal conditions and are anticipated to decline further. Removal and replacement will reduce potential safety risks and support the long-term health and sustainability of the streetscape. The city trees to be removed because of its current conditions are the ficuses located on, you can see on the slide, by Hennessy's, by 2 by 237, which is 49 and 50, and the 4th street tree by Bank of America. And then the eucalyptus by the driveway to the Pepper Tree parking lot, sorry. Of the 2 private trees recommended for removal, only 1 is recommended for removal by the city staff at this time because of its direct impact to the public sidewalk and private walkways by 384 Forest on the ocean side of it. The other private tree recommended by the arborist for removal is the one by the Wells Fargo exit driveway, and that is shown on the map with an asterisk. It's not directly affecting public infrastructure, so the city is not calling for that removal at this time. And with this, I'd like to hand over the presentation to our landscape architect, SWA Group, Evan.
Thank you, Alpha, and thank you, commissioners, for the time this evening. So, following up on some of the prior city council meetings we had, and by taking a really reviewing the LSHAR document and understanding the palette that's going on here. Obviously, we have a significant amount of ficus trees that are quite mature, and the suggestion, especially noted within LSHAR, is to replace it with a magnolia tree because it's similar in look and feel, but doesn't necessarily have the same rooting problems as a ficus does in its later in its years. So based on that, we're recommending the magnolia tree to be continued to be planted here. And there's 2 alternatives. Both of these other trees are still within the LSHAR document, Brisbane box and the Australian willow. And the reason why we still have those as alternative trees is because the southern magnolia doesn't do well in salty conditions. And a lot of the trees, there's one tree out there, one magnolia that's doing quite well, but it's being supplied through secondary irrigation, unlike some of the newer ones. So with the caveat of we recommend to continue magnolias, we do recommend that they need to be irrigated through a hard water line and not relying on groundwater that has salt, and it's causing them to have a stunted growth. So in terms of a tree well design, We're looking to create the best possible environment to avoid any potential trip issues, which is currently plaguing Ocean. Our first approach is using a tree grate, and this would really only apply to new trees being put in or trees that are already of a very small caliper. And the reason for this is because tree grates require a tree to be set lower than the adjacent surface due to the grate going over the top. Creates a healthier environment, and it inhibits future growth from the tree. So when we have larger tree calipers or the existing trees that are out there, what we recommend is a DG topping layer. We really can't impact too much of that top rooting system within the city tree preservation guidelines. And uncompacted DG allows us to have the best possible scenario to address that without having potential tripping issues with the brick and et cetera being out there today.
One thing I did want to add is that the nice thing is we do get to capitalize on the impacts of the construction of the promenade project. So some of those problems we can face head on now. And I just wanted to point out that the use of DG we're finding is that it may not be feasible if the tree crown is too high. And what we've had for our guidelines is the arborist recommends the preservation of topsoil.
Yeah. So in terms of our understory palette, we're looking to really bring commonly used plants that are seen around town currently, such as the jade plant, such as the senecio, other types of flowering plants. We want to bring in more sculptural elements too that's commonly seen, like the agave attenuata. Again, all these agave will be centrally located within the bulb outs, the planter areas, to prevent people from getting too close to them. And then we're introducing, as much flowering opportunities as possible. And we included a vine here that we currently don't have spec'd on our plans based on some prior studies in case we wanted to have screening elements for the parking lots, but that's kind of been removed at this point, but just a continuation there. So this is just an example of 3 of the bulb outs, but it's a very common approach that we're looking to introduce again, having lower things towards the lower planting material towards edges of hardscape, the curbs, and then kind of slowly ramp up to have a nice layer effect. And each one contains a mix of these 10 species.
What follows after this concept hearing is that the project will go through further design with the intention of returning to Planning Commission for project approval in summer 2026. We would go to bid shortly after with construction to start late fall through spring 2027. And the staff recommendation is conduct a public hearing, review the conceptual plans and supporting materials for the proposed streetscape improvements for the Ocean Avenue and Beach Street areas, and finally provide general feedback and direction for the applicant's final design pursuant to CEQA Section 15262, feasibility and planning studies. And this concludes our presentation. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Before we go to asking questions of staff, any disclosures? I neglected.
Yeah, I met with the applicant today.
As did I.
So did I.
Me too. Okay, questions of staff?
I'll start. Thank you for the presentation, both of you. My first question has to do, and this is in no particular hierarchy. Why didn't you continue the sidewalk on the north side of Beach Street to connect with Broadway?
The intention there was to preserve as much parking as possible. If we did widen that end of Broadway into Beach,
Even worse.
Commissioner Kellenberg, are you still out there in space? That would be a no.
That is a no.
Acting Chair, maybe it's best if we take a quick 5-minute break so
Okay.
we can resolve this. And so we'll be on 5-minute recess. It's imperative, do not talk amongst yourselves about the topic.
Okay.
And so we're at recess, 5 minutes.
Okay, what he said.
I am getting audio now. I think.
Steve, one more time. Can you hear us?
I can hear you. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can hear you.
Okay.
Okay, let's call the meeting back to order.
Okay.
Give us 1 second to make sure. All right, we're good to go.
Good evening, Planning Commission, Pierre Sawaya, Capital Program Manager. So to answer the question about the sidewalk at Beach and Broadway, we don't know at this point what those Broadway improvements are going to look like or when they're actually going to come through. So our guidance as part of the Ocean Avenue and Beach Street designs were to make those ADA improvements to the sidewalk where we can, at the same time following City Council direction to preserve as much parking as we can at the same time. So that's where we landed at expanding the sidewalk where we could up to the channel, but then kind of matching back into the existing design as it stands today to kind of maintain that integrity.
Thank you.
Can I follow,
Oh, go ahead.
just follow up on that particular section of the project? We were down there today and I see that the sidewalk is going to be extended, it looks like about 12 feet in order to navigate around the tree and the hedge that's there. And then my understanding is parking is going to be outside of that 12-foot sidewalk expansion. My concern, because there's a left and right turn on Broadway down there, and very often cars, as they are proceeding towards that intersection, split into two roadways, and by squeezing that down to where you're gonna create basically one passageway for cars that are going to either turn left or right onto Broadway, you're going to have a pretty severe backup situation through that intersection on a busy day. And I see it all the time, and people do utilize being able to be parallel as they're approaching Broadway to either turn left or right. So I don't see how that's going to work very well, personally. I know that's, what is your feeling on that? Because it just seems like you're squeezing that roadway down to where there's going to be some serious backups, either onto Ocean Avenue or down Beach towards Forest Avenue.
Yeah, we appreciate that comment. Valid concern. I drive that way home myself every day, so I kind of see what it is. But we can certainly take a closer look at that as we further our design development and see what those impacts may be traffic-wise. We could also look, what does that do to the existing parking? Would that mean losing another stall or not? We can kind of take a closer look at all that to see if there's any concerns about that squeezing that you're mentioning.
Well, I'm just wondering, why you chose 12 feet of sidewalk versus, I know ADA I believe is 48 inches minimum, so, to expand that out to 12 feet seems a little bit of an overkill to me.
It does tie into the bulb out, which at the intersection where we are introducing those bulb outs for pedestrian access.
Mhm.
So there is going to be a taper and a tie into that as well. We can't bulb out and then quickly return back to 4 or 5 feet. So I think that's part of why that it's grown more. But we can certainly look at the width and see if there's anything we can do to reduce it a little bit.
Yeah, because I think you're going to create a traffic snarl problem there. Maybe the bulb out needs to be reduced in scale to accommodate maybe like an 8-foot sidewalk or something like. On the other corner, it's about 8 feet. So I just think and I'm sorry, Susan, for jumping on your time, but I just think you're going to create a problem there traffic wise, especially on a busy day in downtown. So I would note that and certainly take another look at it. Sorry, Susan.
That's fine. The material at the crosswalks, from the slide that you showed, the material in the crosswalks is brick. Are there painted bands across the brick as is shown diagrammatically on the concept plans? Or is it crosswalk is brick and the brick is banded by painted stripes?
It would be brick. Your second statement would be brick with concrete bands, keeping those locked in.
Concrete bands, okay. How about street furniture? Are we adding any benches or any other trash than what's out there? That'll be on the next level of detail. Okay. How about the parking meters? Will the parking meters be removed and consolidated into parking stations?
That is a consideration that we can take into the next step of the project design, because that is one of the intentions also stated in the downtown specific plan.
Okay. This is a question for you, Evan, on the magnolias. When we were out there today, all of those magnolias look pretty bad. And my thought after seeing them was they should be removed. What you're saying is it's going to require hand watering with potable water, not recycled water. So that becomes a maintenance issue. And that kind of information can get lost in time.
Well, I think I want to clarify that with these, and maybe you can clarify this too, Alpha, with these improvements, we'd be looking to provide a permanent irrigation solution. And with these trees, we're allowed, or we have the capability to put in deep root bubblers through boring on those existing trees, the magnolias that are small.
Okay.
Yeah.
You think they'll recover?
I can't guarantee that, yeah.
But what did the arborist say? The arborist.
I did notice when I was out there that they have a scale infestation that may be contributing to the poor health. So there is a specific scale that is that targets magnolias, and that can only be controlled with pesticides generally. It does help if the tree does have supplemental irrigation, but this specific scale would likely need to be controlled with pesticides.
So you haven't made you're not recommending removal?
For these small magnolias, no.
Okay. All right, thank you. So one of the topics that council addressed and Alpha, you mentioned, was the uneven paving. And there seem to be numerous spots on Ocean where that is a problem. And I know there have been lawsuits against the city about this. So one of the goals here is to try to smooth out the paving surface universally. Is that the case? That's what's pushing us to do all this repaving?
Yes. And Evan can actually expand on that.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Not much more to expand, but there's obviously been several trip and fall issues. Some areas aren't ADA compliant where you have lips that are, more than 1/4 of an inch. So the main incentive for this is just to make a more pedestrian friendly, walkable environment downtown and to repair patching and
Mhm.
all the damage to the concrete.
My last question has to do with the bulb outs, and specifically at what was the Zinc parking lot and is now dining area. That will, I don't know the terms of agreement with the city, but the parklets are sunsetting in June of this year. I don't know if that dining area will sunset in June of this year, but if it should, and the owner reapplies to keep that dining, would the city expect to remove the driveway at that location and then add parking or a bulb out?
Through the chair, in response to this one, it is outside of the scope of what we have here for this evening, though that is a completely separate program, and the city manager's office is currently working on the replacement policy that would be coming into play following the sunset of the temporary use permit program for outdoor dining. So we're not entirely sure what that program that is really going to be implemented, what that replacement program looks like, and we'd have to go ahead and make sure that their replacement application matches whatever is established under that program. So that might be looking at conditional use permits to legalize certain portions. It might be looking at other types of restoration. It's truly speculative at this point, and would be considered through if a project were submitted between now and when this project, the Public Works project is heard, that would have to be taken into consideration. We just don't know at this point in time how that would work together.
So there could be an addendum.
This evening, we're truly looking at concept review.
No, I
And so if
understand
we
that.
have other improvements that are going to better inform that review, we'd be providing updates to Public Works so that they can update their plans accordingly. But at this point, I imagine the Public Works project will accelerate faster than a private application.
Thank you.
Yeah, I've got a couple of comments. We talked about this today and when we did our little walkabout, but the planted area that's down by Anastasia is that very first parking spot that's constantly getting run over by cars. I see it all the time down there. And there's a proposed bump out at the next to the Zinc and the former bus stop, which is now a small parking area. And I think that's going to affect that very first parking spot in front of Zinc where people are going to be running over that bump out there as well. So it may be something to address if you're going to continue to put one there with maybe a little shape configuration that's a little different because we're gonna have the same problem there that we have down at the Anastasia end of Ocean Avenue. So be something that I would think about as well. I did want to ask about, because one of the council members brought it up in a conversation I had, are you planning any landscape lighting in any of these bump out landscape areas?
Not at the moment, no.
I mean, would you consider at least putting some conduit in so in case in the future we want to have some landscape lighting? Might be a nice thing to do while it's under construction.
That can be considered.
Okay. And I'm concerned about the replacement of these old growth trees. We talked about those today quite a bit and how they can potentially be preserved if they're not in absolute danger of falling over or something like that. I just think that it's going to change the visual landscape of especially lower ocean with removal of these old growth trees. And they, I'm not an arborist, but they, some of them look like they're quite healthy to me. And I just think that some creative workarounds for some of them. I know that a few of them where the root balls have grown over the curb. When those curbs are removed, it seems like the tree could be enlarged to accommodate those roots, so that that wouldn't lead to the necessity of removing those trees. And I think, and when you talk about replacement trees, especially these small magnolias, it's going to be 20 or 30 years before they really become, shade trees. I just think we really need to be careful in considering tree removal, especially these old growth trees, and think about creative workarounds to preserve them as best we can, because I just think it's something that is going to really change the shade canopy on lower Ocean Avenue there. So I would really like to see you consider alternatives to cutting them down. I'm just looking at my notes here. As far as the intervals, I know they're kind of random right now in terms of intervals of these brick stripes, or whatever you want to call them, separations in between the concrete sidewalks. And it seems like that type of installation is not going to be part of this new program. But I think, because it does exist in quite a few places around town, I think that, it can be done in a way where it's, the bricks are not sitting on just dirt that will, often cause them to either slump or raise above the concrete sidewalk. So I would like to at least suggest to reconsider continuing that program, because I think it does break up the sort of monotonous concrete sidewalk, and I think we seem to like using brick around town, and especially the crosswalks and whatnot. So it might be kind of an aesthetic contribution to this reconfiguration. So
If I may, I could add on to that one. So the current city detail for the brick banding is essentially 30 feet between separate concrete pours, and they basically use the banding as a mediator between those two areas. So there are potential avenues to approach this in the future as more of a decorative element instead of a bridge between two concrete pours, where it has a better foundation than being an edge where it's can tend to lift. So there are all alternatives to.
Well, so does that make it better or worse for potential trip and falls?
The current condition, since it's on an edge, it's used as an edge treatment, it tends to lift because it's an edge. If it's set in the middle and has a common foundation where we use a thin brick, it's going to lift up evenly. So at least that's in our experience with other types of applications.
The city at this point, we can consider an alternate of brick banding, like he said, per our standard plan of 108, that has those intervals. But I believe we should be guided by that, because we should really take into consideration where those saw cut brick bandings would be located in relation to potential tree roots, tree wells, so that trip and falls are minimized.
Well, you may be able to also, in the world of, faux finishes or whatever, that, you could maybe just create a pattern that looks like a brick band that is in fact just a colored concrete that would not have that issue of being raised up, trip hazard potential. So, you might look into something, that can achieve the same kind of feel without using actual brick. Note. I was looking at things when Susan asked the question about seating in some of these bump outs. I don't know that I paid attention to the answer, but was there any consideration for her? some bench type seating or in some of the,
Yeah, I think at least on our initial studies, we reflected potential bench opportunities. And again, depends on the size of the bulb out, but there are opportunities for that, of course.
just curious. It's
Mhm.
always nice to have extra seating and
Yeah,
when people are wandering
agree.
around.
And I think it would be better to have them backed into planting instead of taking up part of the sidewalk that's already narrow. So it's a good
Exactly.
opportunity.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you.
Yeah, I had a couple of questions to follow up on some of the tree stuff. I'm not sure if this will be for the arborist or not. But the trees that are potentially proposed or being proposed to be removed, would that happen at the very beginning of the project? I mean, is there any opportunity for additional evaluation? Say, you know, instead of going right in and removing these trees right at the very beginning, you know, waiting till some of the concrete sidewalk and what other stuff around the tree base itself is removed, and would that give a better opportunity to further evaluate the root system and see whether or not it changed your opinion at all on the health of the tree?
The trees that have been recommended for removal right now were largely recommended for removal based on poor health and structural conditions, mainly occurring within the visible portions of the tree. So the canopy or the crown, the branches, scaffold branches, or the trunks and stems. I don't want to speak overconfidently because I'm not looking at my report, but I generally remember none of the trees were recommended for removal based off of root conditions. It was visible crown and stem conditions that they were recommended for removal.
Okay, so in your opinion, basically, all the evaluation that's necessary has been done at this point, and you feel as though, you know, that this is your final conclusion, and does it make sense to do additional evaluation or testing?
If I'm provided, or when I'm provided with the design plans, and I can take into consideration the location of the trees in the landscape, that could potentially open up a discussion for preservation, because the trees could potentially have a lower risk associated with them if failure or conflict were to occur. It would not change their poor structural or poor health condition. And that would be a liability the city would have to be okay assuming, is with the preservation of trees in poor health, especially with structural conditions. They do have an increased likelihood of failure or mortality, and the likelihood of that affecting the public or adjacent infrastructure also increases.
Okay, great. Thank you. I think this one's for you, Alpha, just to kind of reconfirm what we were speaking about earlier today. One of the privately maintained trees on the Wells Fargo property has been noted as being in poor health as well. But again, that's on private property, so it's not really the city's responsibility, or city's not to remove it, or but because this whole tree assessment has been done for the whole area, and it's a public document, that Wells Fargo is going to be aware of this condition. And so, but it'll be potentially up to them if they wanted to instigate the removal process, but the city would be able to provide them with this existing arborist report that they could use for justifying the possible removal of that tree. And the city might even further assist with it by maybe waiving fees or something like that.
I have posed that question to Samantha, to CD planning, if the privately maintained trees are to go through the tree removal permit process, if that is an option, because it is affected or it's been brought to light with a public document, a public report that shows the condition of the tree.
Okay.
But just to clarify, at this point, we've identified it as a potential remover, but we are not asking Wells Fargo to remove it.
Correct.
That kind of answers my tree questions. I guess following up on what Commissioner Dubin was saying, there are those areas where we've got the brick bands on through the sidewalks, which I think are, kind of adds to the character through that section. But there's also some areas where at the corners, the corner there outside of Whole Foods and stuff, where kind of that whole corner also has some brickwork done there. Is there any consideration to perhaps try to replicate or duplicate that? Or is the idea that we're looking for more general uniformity in the concrete sidewalk work? And
The approach would be for uniformity, yeah. We're looking to basically reduce any case of trip and fall with the potential of, reintroducing some braille elements for continuity, potentially.
okay. Answers my questions. Thanks.
Commissioner Kellenberg, any questions from you?
I think you've covered a lot of them. I do have a couple. In some of the public input, there was a discussion on the tree grates about some other options, such as the recycled tire material that we see some places in town, that it resembles mulch and is walkable and permeable. Did you consider that as an option?
In this study, we didn't, because some of the observations that we've noticed downtown is it's hard to maintain. It tends to sag over time and split from the concrete that's adjacent to, and kind of leads to a tripping issue. And it's hard to maintain because basically any sort of failure in that system requires it to be completely redone.
Whereas the DG is a little bit more malleable.
Right.
And what about the criticism on the tree grates that, ultimately the roots, it's fine when you plant a small caliber tree and there's plenty of space, but ultimately, it doesn't stay in the middle and it grows irregularly and it starts to conflict with the tree grate and causes problems. What are your thoughts on that issue?
Yeah, so these tree grates are basically designed to be expanded on. So you'll have rings in the center of them that can be cut out as the tree grows. And obviously you want to maintain a minimum distance for the tree health and also for public safety. So as trees grow, the rings would be cut out, tree grate remains in place. And, expanding on this by quite a few decades, when the tree gets big enough where, potentially can't be in a tree grate, I think we would just switch to the DG option.
Okay, so they're adjustable, basically.
Yeah.
So moving on to the trees, as I look at this matrix, is it true? Am I reading it correctly that on pretty much all the trees that are recommended for removal, the failure risk rating is none of them are higher than they're all low. And there's only one that's moderate, which, I know there's a lot of this, it's a very complex matrix and there's lots of sort of little boxes to check in terms of characteristics of these trees. And when you add, you add them all up, you can come up with a conclusion that, oh my gosh, there's all these things wrong with this tree. We need to tear it out. But if you kind of go to the most, I guess in my subjective opinion, the most fundamental one, which is what is the risk of it failing? It seems like they're all the ones recommended don't really have a high risk of failing. Is that correct?
That is correct. Yeah. So when I do
it seems. Go ahead.
Sorry. When I do risk assessments, it's a snapshot in time. And it's industry standard to allow for this assessment to be valid for up to a year, assuming that the conditions stay the same and in normal conditions, which are defined in the report. But yeah, you are correct. During the assessment, none of the trees were assigned a high risk of failure.
In fact, there were only one was a moderate. They were really pretty much all low risk. Is that correct?
You are correct, yes.
So that would lead me to believe that the primary reason for removing these trees is sidewalk and root issues, as Evan explained, which I know is a true issue, especially if the city gets sued all the time. But going back to the question of, is there any thoughts about further evaluation? I think one of the comments that was made in public input was that sometimes when you cut these trees down and then you remove the stumps, it's discovered that the roots really aren't that close to the bottom of the walkway anyway. That the walkway is moving due to there might be some upward force on the soil under the sidewalk that is elevating the sidewalk, or there could be other issues, and that you don't really know until you actually remove the sidewalk and you explore where the location of the roots are. And it could be found that there could be a regrading and a positioning of the walkway grades in a manner that actually doesn't, the tree is fine and the roots are fine, and that the total removal of the tree isn't actually necessary. Could that be the case on some of these? Is there that possibility?
Specific to the removal recommendations, or in general across the?
Specific to, well, we have 7 trees you want to remove that are all structurally sound. And so it seems like the primary reason is issues related to the walkways. And is there a possibility that the walkways could actually be adjusted without removing the trees? Because the reality is that the root locations are such that the adjustment of the sidewalk can be made without removing the tree.
I'd like to make a little correction.
Okay.
The trees recommended for removal were recommended for removal based on poor health or poor structure. So the statement that the trees are structurally sound is inaccurate. The risk assessment assesses the likelihood that the tree will fail and impact a target, and that is what creates the overall risk rating. So some of the trees have a possible likelihood of failure within the next year based on their defects, but because the likelihood of impacting a target is lower, the overall low, the tree is rated as an overall low risk rating. So for the second question, can you restate that? I apologize. Okay.
Commissioner Kellenberg, I can probably answer that second part. So the city has a tree preservation guideline requirement that's based on the critical root zone of the tree, and the critical root zone is determined by the size of the trunk, essentially. And the city has 3 different colors that they use: green, yellow, and red. And red is basically the immediate area. And why I'm mentioning this is because red, we cannot, per the city's guidelines, we cannot lower, add or remove fill, because it impacts the structural roots near it and the tree collar, essentially. So that's our biggest challenge, is when we tear off and replace concrete, what we're noticing is a lot of the city sidewalks are very, they don't have any depth to them. They're essentially 3 to 4 inches of concrete on soil. And that's actually what's leading to a lot of these issues, because the soil is lifting it out. There's no crushed aggregate base beneath there. So to have a more sound industry standard method of concrete pouring, we need to have a sizable amount of room, and we can't do that within the red zones.
I see. Okay, well, that's a good clarification. I guess I guess I'm still coming back to the fact that the failure risk rating is low on most of these, and so it sounds like if the primary reason then is the fact that there's some potential of failure, then we're really kind of saying that the tree should remove because there's a potential of failure, even though currently the failure risk rating is very low, quite low on most of them, or moderate.
My task was.
I guess that's not a question. That's just a statement, I guess, of my own conclusion. Okay, I guess I don't have any more questions.
Okay, let's open the floor for public comments. Each speaker will have 3 minutes. Please come up, state your name, sign the list afterwards.
Hello, Planning Commission. Ruben Flores, 30-year resident of Laguna Beach. The magnolias that are the new magnolias were planted by the Urban Tree Fund with a donation by Barbara McGilvery and the organization itself, and they have failed to thrive. It could be from no fertilizer, it could be from no water, it could be from the shade of Bank of America, many different factors. But the case is that the city doesn't necessarily look to help them. It's just like plant it and let it go. The Tristanias, which is also another thought of tree for addition, don't do well. You can see that they planted one by the Marine Room, and it can't take the salt wind, so it just burns. So that's not an alternative. And we don't need another Metrocitero somewhere on that street. Enough with that. Had the ficus been left, but they were torn down 10 years ago, 15 years ago, I forget how long, we could have cherry picked and kept a few of them all the way from one side to the other and then kept this uniformity. But unfortunately, they were just chopped down and then they were just thrown away. Ficus, they're strong, they're resilient, they're outrageous. They're not a California native, but they're here and they're growing. It's a shame that we're thinking of taking them down. If you just Google ficus, can you reduce them strongly? It'll tell you absolutely yes, and they'll regrow. So that's a potential. I understand that some of them are so lank, so tall that we want to bring the canopy down some. But on the other hand, Hennessy's, I'm sure, doesn't want any leaves in front of their second story. So, but it could be done. The concrete. Yes, it can be lifted. Ann and I worked with Caltrans on a Metrociteros that was by the gas station by Legion, and they lifted the sidewalk as somebody brought up, and we took a look, and sure enough, they cut some branches or some roots, put the concrete back down, and the tree is doing great. So in this era of we don't know what our future weather is going to be like, and we're all experiencing that this month, why would you cut down trees that are giving us shade and coolness? I think the better alternative is to get into all those ficus and thin them out quite vigorously, let them actually grow over the street, because everybody keeps trying to keep them in the balls, and let them do their thing. They want to get big and large and beautiful, but thin them out maybe up to 50%. We saw how we saved the pepper tree at the City Hall, and we cut it back to some massive stumps. Oh, it can't be done, can't be done, can't be done. All you have to do is, and the city arborist is doing a good job at selecting some branches, and now it's turning back into a beautiful canopied tree. Can I go on, please?
Just and quickly, but go ahead.
Okay, so, and the plant selection that was chosen is a lazy man's palette. All we're doing is putting in succulents all over the place, and that's not really what Laguna Beach is about. There's California natives that grow great in this town, but nobody knows about them at this particular organization, so they just keep putting in succulents all over the place, and that's not a great thing to do. the Surf Museum's coming in. And I don't know about you, but I think it's going to cause a lot more commotion on that street. So are we looking at doing something different? Are we looking at somehow going to figure out a way to get some more parking around there? Are we looking at talking to some of these other businesses who have parking lots that close at 5 o'clock, that we can use their parking lot for the Surf Museum so that we're not just having people zoom in, zoom and zoom around? There's so much, but I'm glad we have another meeting in the future to go ahead and discuss this further. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Christoph, I did submit some comments, which I still stand by. And I really appreciate the commission's questions about the tree removals. I think I hesitate to approve them. I think there was such a terrible fuss when the others were removed, and it was a terrible loss. And I hate to see that again. And if there's, they're saying they want to remove them because they're potential construction-related issues. I mean, that's when sensitive project managers on site manage the construction impacts to deal with the issues that the trees present once you expose the situation. I question the use of Australian willow. It's not in the Elshard. And we have in the 3 recommended trees, the magnolia and the Brisbane box, which are both, when they're doing well, fairly thick trees. And the Gydera, the Australian willow, is also thick. And we need some wispy, informally shaped trees. And we need to have on that list Eucalyptus sideroxylon or Eucalyptus polyanthemus. Those can adjust their shapes to overhanging roofs, to signs from businesses, all those things. And so I think we should be using those trees. I question that Tacoma capensis is on the plant list. It gets gigantic. I don't know where you would put it, where it would be appropriate. It can go up the whole side of a building. At the garden, we put in Tacoma Bells of Fire, which is supposed to be the dwarf version of that. And it's supposed to be 4 feet tall, and it's consistently 8 feet tall, even the dwarf. So I recommend another solution. Ruben was mentioning native plants. Lobelia laxiflora is a great one. Stays low, has orange flowers, spreads, doesn't ever die from anything. We should continue the brick banding and, as Evan says, have a uniform concrete underneath so that there's no separation, and it's not a difficult thing to achieve. I don't think we need tree grates, and I don't think we need all uniform paving. I don't think we should tear out paving that's okay just to make it all the same. I don't think that's, we need to see the history of the paving as we walk around. Maybe there's even some stamps. I haven't looked to see if there's any paving stamps that say when that paving was laid. We should be looking at vines for the walls of these buildings, if we can possibly encourage people to grow vines. It would make a tremendous difference to have Boston ivy and red trumpet vine growing on those walls, and it would really add probably way more than even the trees would do. So thank you for considering all this.
Good evening. My name is Bruce Dwyer. I'm a 40-year resident of Laguna Beach, and I'm not very well prepared, so I'm going to be guessing at some of these things. I'm going to be exaggerating others. Please forgive me. First of all, I want to commend SWA on their work is really astounding. I mean, it's for the direction I'm certain that you received. I think that there probably was an A-B question, is let's do what's required and then let's shoot for the moon. Because the alternate plans are 2.5 times what the daylight requirement is from the state. So what I'm going to suggest to you guys, and I don't know, I'm just a citizen, but I think that we should do what is required first, because it's not going to change the outcome of the other work to be done. Take a breath, take a step back, and get some of this stuff paid for, because there's a lot of negative fiscal responsibility going on in the city right now, and it's really not good. So let's see. Okay, the dining parklets, I believe that Susan said that they're due to sunset in June. And I think that that is a great idea. And I have no true axe to grind with any of the restaurants involved. But I don't understand why restaurants like Odo, I'm trying to think of a couple of the others, if they are on the outbound where traffic is picking up speed, why is there a need for a dining parklet there? I don't believe that's a requirement of the state. You're coming up to a stop sign, you have to have 20 feet or whatever it is clearance so that you have daylight clearance. But if you're taking off out of an intersection, I don't think the requirement is there. I am mostly concerned, and why I'm speaking to you, I'm mostly concerned about the impacts of parking on the city of Laguna Beach. I think that it is abominable the way that it has been treated. I think that the developers have a stranglehold on this town. And I believe that the report stated that there's a potential loss of 68 parking spaces. There's an EIR study for another loss of 65 spaces, 130 some odd spaces. And as Ruben was saying, part of the traffic jam, most of the traffic jam, a lot of it, is from people storming around the city trying to find a place to park. So I would believe that you should put in to this study, wrap it in with the EIR and come up with some parking structures, multi-story. Okay, thank you. But I would like to make my point is that if you remove a space, you've got to replace it. You've got to, because it's crazy out there right now. So thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you.
Good evening, Planning Commissioners. You have a tough job before you.
State your name, please.
Oh, my name is Amy Jackson. I'm a longtime resident here in Laguna, and I love what we have in our town and how unique it is. And I see a lot of those things that I love are packed up and often easily traded for ease of construction or other reasons. And you are here trying to balance those needs. And I wanted to get up here and encourage you and support you in guiding our trees. They are one of the biggest things that identify our town and give it character. And I think it's important that we protect them and not allow what happened to the ficuses that were chopped down. They were supposed to be replanted and they still have these sad little guys there. And can you imagine that whole street looking like that? Be a terrible loss to the character and poetry of the town that we love. Also, the sidewalk issue that you spoke about, I agree. Thank you for helping to improve the design and keep the brick and the interesting design work there and not let us become a bland center. And please continue to take and protect all those things that we love about our town and make it work for those in the future. I do think that parking is an important idea. Somebody mentioned the thought of taking the parking behind Bouchard's and making that a parking structure. That might work, or behind the Surf Museum. But apart from all that, want to encourage you and let you know how strongly myself and many people I know feel about our trees and the character, and ask you to continue to fight for them and guide our town in a way that is unique. Thank you.
Thank you.
Jerome Pudwill with a froggy throat, 39-year resident. I get a little nervous when I don't see top line numbers. And this report, I felt we're missing quite a few of them. I'd like to know exactly how many bulb outs are really required. On my count was only 21. And when I did a count for the wish list, it was 62. So some clarification would be good on these top line numbers. And if it is indeed 62, then explain the reason why we have potential of losing 68 parking spaces. That doesn't seem to compute. I question why we need the superfluous bulb outs for dining purposes. We already have given up Forest Avenue for the promenade. I mean, how much more of the town are we going to be giving out? Largely for private businesses and for tourism, because I see a lot of this as being much more geared to bring in more tourists. If we lose those parking spaces, it seems to me that part of the agenda here is to create a parking structure. How much is that going to cost? Induced demand. You build it, they will come. So if we build a parking structure, that's only going to bring in more traffic. We're doomed right now for what we have for traffic, whether we like it or not. So the question, I think my top line question is again, numbers that I'm not seeing. I know this is early, but I haven't heard any ballpark number for what's going to be needed. And it seems to me that the city is already definitely strapped for cash. We've got so many lawsuits against us, one for $149 million. We have the talk about wanting to increase our taxes because we've spent so much money on pet projects around town. So where is the money coming from this project? How much is it going to cost? Even ballpark numbers would be great, but to assess all that, I have to agree with the gentleman earlier. Why are we looking at all these superfluous bump outs and parklets when we really should be focusing on what is required? We don't have the cash to play around with all these other extras, all these little fritties. So I ask that you refocus and look at what is required and not what is superfluous. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi there, Edward Bayak, longtime resident of Laguna Beach, 36 years. I'm very blessed. I've known my grandparents, great-grandparents. My last great uncle just passed away at 103, and he fell in the bathroom. But none of us know when we're going to die. So my recommendation, and someone said it in the room tonight, I forget who, I would just leave all the trees. If you're going to do construction, they'll know when they start the digging and doing the sidewalk repair, whether the tree is going to live or not. Trees are very resilient. And if there's a couple books written about trees and the roots that they communicate with one another. So my opinion, save some money, just the trees may survive, and don't go cutting them all down. And I would just leave them. And if you have to replace them, replace them. The huge 100-year-old tree by the high school behind the baseball field, they planted new grass and they overwatered a 100-year-old tree and killed it. I mean, if anything, you probably should replace the city arborist, but because I don't think he's doing a good job. Thank you.
Ann Kane, good evening. As a longtime resident, it's disappointing to learn that in order to make improvements on Beach Street and Ocean Avenue, that we need to remove trees. I am not a tree expert, but I enjoy beautiful mature trees, and I hope you'll support preserving as many as possible. I also like the comments about protecting and including the brick designs that add character to our sidewalks. They add a continuity that ties it to other parts of town, like the lumberyard. Please encourage staff to keep some of the traditional beauty in that area. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is it possible to speak for a moment again?
No. Sorry. Sorry.
Anyway, back to it now, how it's impacted.
Sure.
Good evening. My name is Julia Becker, and I thought I was a longtime resident, but I've lived here probably about 27 years. So first, I am really very excited to see this street get a makeover. It always has felt kind of like a back alley in town, and I think that there's so much beautification that can get done here. And I know that SWI has done a lot of work, and it's going to be, the end result will be great because of all your thoughtful input. I just wanted to point out that all of the planting beds, I think, are pretty much done with plants that are from South Africa and Australia, and there aren't any native plants. And we really need those to keep our pollinators and our bees and our insects and our birds, including the tree, whatever trees we select, to keep, our town alive. And I think that even though the plantings are really cool and it's kind of more of a sculpture, that it might be nice to have plants that have some more color, movement, and just kind of are more alive. We had a sign at the Water District forever that said to plant California natives. And they just redid the water garden landscape, and I don't think they put any California natives in. They're all drought tolerant, but it's different because it really doesn't support our wildlife here. And I think that's really important. They did a really great job on the redevelopment that they did along the Canyon Road and introducing a lot of native species. And I think we just kind of need to maybe bring that throughout town, including on Forest, which unfortunately I didn't evaluate those that well. So anyway, that's it. I know you guys are going to do a great job at the end. Thank you. And I brought some cuttings if anybody wants to smell what native plants.
Oh. Do we have any other? So I'm gonna take a shot. There were a few of the comments that I think are appropriate for question for future discussion or for further discussion. Some of the comments were really just comments, but I think the points that we should just readdress back to the city staff and team is the requirement of the bulb outs versus what we're doing. Maybe make another comment on that. Make another comment on the parking potential loss through the project. A couple of comments summarized by the last speaker, but is there more potential for more variety of trees, of plants? I like the comment on the more California, but and Ruben's comments to do more than just the typical what we do. I think unless any of the other commissioners, anything else that kind of you think rises to a to a response, maybe go with that.
So there is one parking spot that is affected by AB 14 daylighting. That is the one parking spot in front of Bank of America. That is where a bulb out is being proposed. The other location for a proposed bump out is not required by AB 413 on Forest and Ocean, and that requires the removal of one parking space. We have we have narrowed down the sizes of bulb outs so that we only take out one extra parking space outside of AB 14.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Sure.
The bulb out right out here, is that there for safety purposes, pedestrian safety purposes?
Yes.
Okay. And that requires removal of one additional parking spot?
Yeah.
So the maximum would be 2?
We have asked the engineer to make the bulb out smaller so that 2 would not be removed.
Only 1 would be removed?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I'd like to go back to Commissioner Chair Golden's previous question about planting suggestions. I think we're open to that. And some explanation there is we really see a downtown palette and then a canyon palette. And the canyon palette is definitely more of that native. And the downtown palette is really influenced by, the community, the residences. And it's not as native, but it's definitely more colorful, more sculptural. And we thought that that was an important distinction to have. With that being said, you could always introduce some infills of natives that kind of have a nice balance, but that's kind of the rough rationale on that. There's no reason why we couldn't do it. It's from a palette perspective, creating unique spaces. In terms of the mid-block bulb outs, the rationale behind that was as you drive down Ocean, you see a lot of cars, a lot of parked cars, and these mid-blocks allow us to better screen off cars as you walk down as a pedestrian, as you drive down. And these are basically larger expanses between angled parking lengths. So the rationale is just to better screen vehicles and create more of a friendly environment for pedestrians.
Okay. Yeah.
In the bulb outs, how many of the bulb outs have new trees?
In the plan right now, none, but that is based on further engineering studies of sightline triangles coming out from those. Obviously, we don't want to plant trees in front of any entry or exit that would hamper vehicle visibility. So that's pending on that study.
But you will be looking at the possibility of adding them to the bulb outs where
If it
doesn't conflict with safety issues.
Yes.
Okay.
We will be taking into consideration planting locations within a bump out or tree well.
Thank you.
Can I ask a quick question?
Yeah, go ahead.
Along those lines. I'm trying to remember if I read, is there a net increase in trees, or are we just replacing those that are being taken out?
At this point, there is no net positive. It's replaced per.
Is other than the tree, the bulb outs that you will consider, I guess. I'm not sure why you haven't considered it already, but are there other opportunities for additional trees?
Engineering is being selective about where we propose trees at this point. Because like Evan mentioned, we want to make sure that the proposed locations do not become a site visibility problem in the future. We don't want to add a tree and essentially create a problem that we were trying to fix.
I could see that at an intersection, but in just the length of the street, other than at the intersections and the bulb outs, there aren't any gaps or lengths of existing where you could add additional tree wells.
There are, again, it depends on the study. There are plenty of, again, position. A lot of these bulb outs are on driveway into a parking lot or into a one of the stores. But yeah, I think once that traffic study comes around, there's definitely seemingly, from our perspective, there are opportunities, but we won't know that until we get that study back.
Well, again, just for clarification, I'm not talking about at intersections where there's a sightline issue. I'm talking about internal between the intersections on the longer runs of the street where there would be no sightline issues.
And again, for clarification, on our standpoint, a lot of these bulb outs in the middle of the block that aren't in the intersection are driveways into a parking lot, either a public parking lot or a private parking lot.
Okay, I'm not talking about bulb outs at all. I'm talking about just along the
Oh,
street.
okay.
But that's okay.
Yeah, and I think the general comment that will come out of comment section is find as many possible alternatives to increase the net tree count. And I think that's really where this conversation is going. We understand the constraints and we understand the sightline impacts will be considered, but beyond that, if there's opportunities for addition, that's going to be one, and I presume that will come up in commissioner comments, but that will be one of the comments.
I don't know if this is the right time to do it, but I guess it is, or whether we should do it, but there's 7 trees recommended to be removed. And there's been a lot of discussion about this one looks good, this one's not structurally sound, et cetera. Can we go through each of these recommended removal trees, tree by tree, and look at them and then have a discussion so we have a recommendation?
Yeah, so I guess the procedural question I'll ask is that with public comment open, or is that in commissioner comment? I guess if we're asking of the city staff and team, it's with open.
No, correct, Acting Chair. I would say even during commissioner deliberations and decision, you guys are still well within your right to ask questions and coordinate with staff.
So procedurally, to your point, we would close public comment,
And then-
we'd have that conversation, and we could debate with the 3 people sitting in front of us. Okay. The last comment from my notes, which I forgot to add, was the last point that Jerome had raised, which I understood his question was impact on evacuation routes. And I'll ask the question, is anything that we're doing here impacting evacuation routes out of the city?
The traffic turning templates that were done is not from existing and comparing what the concept is. It doesn't make anything better. It doesn't make anything worse. It's using the same habits that are being used. And the city Public Works has talked to fire department about the potential widening of Beach Street. We talked to them and also transit about how their routes are. And we're taking into consideration, and they're the turning templates show that they can make it with crossing a little bit of the center line from Ocean down onto Beach. And that is a current habit of theirs.
Okay. So summarizing that, with the current concept, there is neither a decrease nor an improvement.
Correct.
Okay. Okay, I think I'll, I think I'll close the public section here and open for commissioner comments. And do you want to start with the trees?
Could we go through each individual tree and put the photo on the screen?
Yeah, the chart, because, and my iPad was frozen. The chart we had them laid out was a good one. Yes, that one. Okay, you want to take the lead in BMC here?
All right. 213 Ocean, which is I'm looking at page 11 of the staff report, is the top of the list. So 213 Ocean is tree 41. Do you want to, Arborist, would you like to make any final comments about this tree?
This is in front of Hennessy's, right?
This is in front of Hennessy's. Would you like to make any comments?
Sorry, I did not realize that was a question towards me.
Yeah.
So tree 41 was rated to have a high conflict rating, a low risk, a low failure risk, and then a high overall risk rating because of those two combined. And then the failure potential, which was a result of the advanced assessment using the Picus sonic tomogram, was very low. And it was recommended for removal. It has a poor structure rating. So I'm going to go to the photos I have in my report to reference. Because I think that might help.
Is there a sidewalk issue with this tree?
Let me get, I'm gonna have to toggle between the matrix and my photos, so bear with me while I do that. The matrix is.
Well, maybe to kind of consolidate the comments a little, because this could take too long. We have 7 that are recommended for removal. I mean, for example, out there today, 384 Ocean Avenue is the melaleuca that's on private property that's uplifting the sidewalk. Is that a tree that you, in your opinion, could be root pruned and then the grading could be reconfigured there to remove the trip hazard?
Yeah, and I guess the way maybe we look at this is you look at these 7 as opposed to the reasons why you might want to remove them. Maybe look at it as what would you need to do to save
How
them?
do we keep them?
Sure, and while I did these assessments, I did do that. So the larger task was taking into consideration these trees' tolerance for construction, their risk ratings, any failure potential, and mitigation options. So if there were feasible mitigation options like expanding a tree well, or implementing alternative hardscape design options that would reduce the amount of root pruning necessary, then that was accounted for, and that's why there were so many preservation recommendations. The poor structure and the poor health of the trees recommended for removal will not change when we look at the roots. And that is, as the city is the owner of these trees, that is just something that if that is tolerated, that is something the city needs to decide to assume a tree in poor health and poor structure. I provide recommendations based on best management practices that were provided by the industry and my own personal experience as an arborist for like going on 15 years now, which is not a huge amount of time, but it is a decent chunk of time. So to the question.
Can you help?
Go ahead.
I was just going to ask, can you help me with the poor health? Because when you look at like 299 Ocean Avenue, and say that tree is in poor health, because to the, common eyeballs, it looks like a pretty robust tree. What makes it in poor health?
Sure, I'm scrolling to my photos. It's a very long report.
number 63.
Mhm. Almost there. Okay. Yes, tree 63. Okay, so this tree was, I'm just looking at my matrix right now, rated as a fair health and poor structure. So I agree that tree is in fair health. But when you look at the details provided in the photo log, you can see that there are some substantial wounds on this tree, and none of them can be mitigated by pruning. So there is a large wound in a codominant union, and it's not been compartmentalized fully, and it is showing signs of heartwood decay. That will not change based on design modifications or like expanding.
But despite those wounds, it just seems to be doing not too bad, right?
Right. So health and structure are viewed separately. They are tied together to some degree, but when I'm conducting an assessment, I look at the health of the tree separate from the structure of the tree, and each one has their own rating.
Right. And when you do the sonograph thing, it tends to be a still pretty hardy tree, right? Otherwise, the rating would not be, possibility of failure wouldn't be ranked as low.
Right. So the tomograph was conducted at the base of the tree, and that reading is only valid at the point of measurement. So the tree was measured at probably 4 inches, and our standard is usually 24 inches. So that's pretty low on the trunk. And it didn't show decay within the lower portion of the trunk. Decay can occur throughout the tree. It can occur in isolated components of the tree. So that advanced assessment is applicable at the lower portion of the trunk specifically.
Thank you.
Okay, so what was the conclusion on that one? Is there one?
My professional,
Take it out.
My professional opinion is the tree should be removed because there are a lack of feasible mitigation options that would improve the structure of this tree.
And that's the case with everything on your list.
The recommended removals fall within that category, yes.
Okay.
It seems to me, I just want to make a quick comment here that, as we were walking the entire length and looking at these potential tree removals, that quite a bit of the time it was based on potential construction damage. I just find that as a non-starter for, considering tree removal, because if you manage a construction project creatively and closely, you should be able to avoid, damaging, tree roots or whatever. I'm kind of not buying into that as a reason to cut down a tree.
Yeah, and just to add to that, the tier 1 tier 1 or trees recommended for removal due to poor health or structural deficiencies. You said there are only 3 in tier 1. Somebody said that. Is that correct?
So that would be a separate report that would have to pull up.
So one of you said there were 3, right? So why aren't we only recommending removal of those 3?
Because those 3 were recommended with visual assessment of just the CRZ and the structural root zone. And then what we did have is a closer look onto those tier 1 and 2 trees. So because of doing a more comprehensive assessment, those 3 trees have increased to 7.
Chair, we have to decide we want to go with the list or?
I think we should go to general comments about give them guidance on what our thoughts are and you kind of stuff in the manner of high level of, we want you to find ways to save trees. As opposed to looking at the reasons why you take them out, you look at the reasons why you're taking them out and potential mitigation. I think that's one guidance. And I think another guidance is find ways through this process to add more trees. And I think another guidance that we consistently heard was look at additional variety, more California natives. One of my particular comments is, those magnolia trees that we've planted look ridiculous. Can we, if we're using bigger pots, find bigger trees? Maximize what we're putting in, the size of the trees. I happened to walk with you this morning with Susan, and Susan's comment I thought was a good one of, let's not be planting for the benefit of 30 years from now when most of the people in this room won't be in this room. Let's start looking at things where we see more immediate impact. Those are kind of the general comments that I was going to give as a result of this. I think where we're going, if we go tree by tree, clearly, and Steve's comment was great with regard to 299 Ocean. You look at a tree like that and you say, this looks like a beautiful tree. Let's find a way to keep it. Yeah. So, I think that's, it's funny as and the last thing I'll say while I've got the floor, as we look today, there were a couple of the trees, like particularly the one in front of Hennessy's and one of the trees at 237, I really did understand. The rest of them I looked at, and the one that we called it the sculptural tree, that just was growing crazy weird. The rest, you just looked at them and it's like, there's got to be a way to keep it.
Yeah, only other thing I would add is to look at alternatives for the sidewalks to include brick banding.
Yeah.
One note I'd like to add, from a standpoint of if we were able to work with a new tree, it expands our options with the tree grade because we're able to set the tree lower, we're able to rework the base, the concrete base near it to being thicker. If there are, by utilizing the existing trees, no matter what size, we'll have to follow a different procedure with that.
I don't know, commissioners and Steve out there in space, if we have more general comments or even
I do.
specific.
Well, I would make a comment. I just want to say, I think that the arborist has done her job and she's done it really well. And I think SWA has done their job and I think they've done it really well. And I think what they've done is, it reminds me that when I'm working on something and we need the attorney's opinion, and the attorney, is in a position to protect the client and their job is to do that. But sometimes you realize that it's really up to the client to determine how much risk they want to take. And I think it's our job and the city's job and the council's job to say, okay, we understand these risks now. You've done an excellent job of articulating them. We would probably lean towards taking a little bit more risk to be able to preserve the aesthetic aesthetic character and quality that these existing trees, bring to the city. And so I would summarize my thoughts as being, I recommend that we do take a little bit more risk for those purposes.
Thank you. It's a great comment.
Yeah, I agree.
I second that.
Well, I'll dive in with my comments then. First of all, I want to thank Public Works for actually taking the time to do a concept review. I think it's very important for these types of projects to hash all this stuff out and be able to give input to Public Works before these start, especially these things that are going to have a fairly substantial impact on the visual quality of our town. So there is a balance, obviously, between preserving trees and mitigating liability with the city. And I know we have about 4 to 5 trip lawsuits a year that cost us on average about $200,000. So if you add that up, it's north of $1 million a year that's going out to resolve these trip litigation lawsuits. I really, I come at things from trying to find creative solutions to a lot of things. And when walking around the project area today, hearing that, well, maybe, construction is going to be the reason that the tree won't survive. Well, I think that's just a really easy way to mitigate creativity in construction. So, creativity in construction is harder and it is more expensive, but I think we deserve that extra expense in order to save as many of these old growth trees as possible. One of the reasons I think we're here with a lot of these trees is that the city is, as far as city-owned trees, have done a relatively bad job of caring for them over the years. They let them get too big at times. They don't prune them properly, and the result is that we have trees that have structural damage, that are have grown canopies that are causing them to maybe lean in a direction or whatever. I think that with some regular and directed pruning of our old growth trees to allow them to be healthy is something that should be part of our future planning with all of our city-owned trees. I just don't believe that one of the reasons for having these concept reviews is because my feeling is that Public Works tends to lean towards the easiest solution. And it's easier to probably cut down a tree than it is to figure out a creative way of saving it. So, and we do have to keep in mind that, these trip lawsuits are happening with way too much frequency in this town. And it's high time that we deal with our sidewalks so that we don't have those issues in the future. As far as the bulb outs go, in this project area, which is Ocean Avenue and part of Beach Street, there's only 16. So I'm not sure where the 62 bulb outs number came from, but when we direct our attention to this particular project, there's 16, and one of them exists, which is the one over at by Anastasia. That's only going to get replanted. It's not getting reconfigured. So I'm very concerned about the Beach Street expansion on the sidewalk there in terms of what it's going to do to traffic flow. I really think Public Works needs to take another look at that and understand that, there's generally, when people turn on to go towards Broadway, they do generally create two lanes there because one's going to turn left and one's going to turn right. And I think if you squeeze that down to where it's only one one lane to create this 12 feet of sidewalk that you're going to create a lot of backups onto both Ocean and Beach all the way down to Forest Avenue. So I'm very concerned about that, taking another look at that and seeing if there's a better way of dealing with ADA compliance there. So, I would sincerely hope that, all these notes that and suggestions be taken into account before this project moves for entitlements, because I just think there's, we tend to go, take the easy way out. And I think this town deserves better than that, even if there's a little more cost involved. So that's my comment. So thank you.
Yeah, thanks to everybody for the presentation tonight, and taking the time for walking around town, showing us all this. I'm okay with the curb bump outs as they're proposed. I think that maybe, as Commissioner Dubin had said, that in some of those that are immediately adjacent to either parking spots or entrances, maybe some of those have considered having a rolled edge curb or something, so that you don't have an abrupt curb like that. I am supportive of the sidewalk improvements. I would like you guys to consider, maintaining some of the look of the brick banding, and if possible, even consider looking at some of those other areas where there was other larger expanses of brick. If it can be done in such a way where it's got a solid base and it's not going to move around and it's not going to create problems down in the future. I am supportive of the crosswalk changes and modifications that are being proposed, going with the brick crosswalks and for all 4 crosswalks there at the corner of Ocean and Beach. I understand because the bulb outs or bump outs are kind of pinching that intersection a little bit more, but the traffic analysis has shown that larger vehicles can make the turn around those corners still. However, to make that even a little bit safer, we created or proposed to have these stop lines a little bit back further from the crosswalk to hopefully get those cars to stop a little bit further back from the intersection to allow some of those other vehicles to make those turns. I'm more or less supportive. Supportive of the new landscaping. I'm not an expert in the plant selection for sure. There was a suggestion about possibly introducing some more natives. Maybe that would be a good idea. Maybe looking at it, you saying that you had kind of the canyon palette and probably had we had a different palette for out there at Main Beach Park, and kind of looking at this as maybe being a transitional zone between the two and trying to mix a little bit of each in there. Regarding the type of trees to be used, and I've been aware and I've seen the magnolias that have been planted as replacement trees. I think it was 2018, so we're talking about 8 years ago now, and you look at the size of them and that they're not really providing much shade or ambiance or anything. So it's I would ask you guys to reconsider, take a second look at that as well. Regarding the tree grates, part of the idea here is getting some more kind of uniformity throughout the area. And if it turns out that, the tree grates are only going to be suitable for very small trees or just the replacement trees, and we end up having, 6 or 8 tree grates and everything else is not a tree grate and is DG or just dirt, well, that's not really getting us to that uniformity. Maybe we reconsider whether or not the grates are really appropriate anywhere. Regarding the trees removal, we knew it was going to be an issue. We knew we'd gotten public comments about it. We've gotten public comments over this many times before. And I am always reluctant to second guess, arborist that's, before us who's done a professional report, when I'm not an arborist and I can go out there and look at it and go, well, it looks green, and it looks, it seems to be, okay. But I'm reluctant to put that judgment over, the professional judgment, but it does seem like there is a little bit of a question there about what is the city's tolerance for risk on this? Are we going to go, every time there's a low risk of a tree having some sort of failure that we're going to go immediately in and remove it? So I don't know. I agree with the idea that if something can be done creatively to try to help the trees, then maybe that as the construction starts and happens, that we expose more, that we look at, does an increased tree well size, is that going to help at all? Or, but on the other hand, part of what we're doing is we're trying to get, a uniformity in the sidewalks and in their construction type, and, which requires, like you said, probably, getting more current construction standards with not having the sidewalk slab sit directly on the soil, but having some aggregate below it. And, and you would want to do that uniformly everywhere so you don't get these transitions of areas where one area is built one way and another area is built another way. I don't really agree with the suggestion of trying to, I think it's better to and that'll be done in phases, but that to uniformly replace the sidewalks with a uniform new pattern and stuff, uniformly everywhere. I don't think trying to save some sections of the existing sidewalk here and tie it into the new areas, it's probably not a good idea, because that's going to create the potential for some differential movement between those two things. So that's, I'm trying to think if there's anything else I'm forgetting. No, I think that's it. And I just, again, appreciate the effort and appreciate the fact, again, coming in with a concept review, which allows us to have some of this feedback earlier on in the process.
I'm not going to repeat anything that was just said. I agree with everything, actually, almost everything that everybody has said here. I just would like to make two comments. One has to do with the tree species. I agree with Ann Christoph about the Australian willow. It's not an appropriate tree. It's not majestic. It's wispy. It really does not appear to be a part of this forest, the downtown forest. I also agree with the recommendation to add eucalyptus to the list, which was one of the original recommendations. The eucalyptus, the Brisbane box, and I think the magnolia was a failure, the 2018 plantings, and those should be removed. The two Metrosideros that are up by the radio station are pathetic. They're Dr. Seuss at his best, these little trunks with a little fringe on the top, and they're not doing anything. It's a coastal salt condition. It's like second zone, because it's not on the bluff, it's just one step back. So we need to have a very salt tolerant tree species, and I'd like to have a recommendation from SWA on a super salt tolerant tree species for that section that's closest to Coast Highway, running all the way to the Rivian showroom. That cut off. And the understory we've already talked about, looking at alternatives, looking at an alternative that used native plants or a combination together. The final thing I would say is, really, if it weren't for the planting, the trees particularly, which is controversial and it's very sensitive to all of us, and this was just a paving project, is this a project that would be reviewed administerially? And our next agenda item is going to address that issue, because if it would, you can see how valuable it has been this evening to have this discussion. We need to have this discussion about all public works projects, in my opinion, because public works, public works job is to engineer, is to figure out turning radii, is to figure out where to put the bulb outs, where the grading problems exist, how to correct the grading problems and so forth. It is a design, planting is a design, well, grading is a design situation, but not so much here. Planting is a design topic. But if this was a project without any planting, would it go to Public Works and ministerial approval? I think that's a very bad idea. And I also, so I would recommend that, we'll get to that in the next phase, but just as a next agenda item, I would recommend, generally speaking, that any public improvement projects in the downtown have to go through Planning Commission review, regardless, unless there's some very limited threshold, very simple, replace, I don't know, a fire hydrant. We're not going to look at that. But anything that is going to impact or have a budget greater than X should come to the Planning Commission.
Well, I think you could just size that up as anything that deals with aesthetics.
Yeah, but paving, well, paving is engineering, but paving is aesthetics also. Yeah, so it all should, regardless of what it is, should come to Planning Commission review in the downtown specific plan area.
You've warmed up Anthony for the next agenda item. Steve, any other comments from you?
Well, I made my big comment about the trees, so I'll say no more. I would just say in general, I'm very supportive of this project, and the bulb outs are something that's could have been done a long time ago, probably. It just really helps on the pedestrian movement and safety, and increases the amount of greenscape, within the city. And other than that, I'm not going to repeat, because I agree with all the other comments that have been made. Thank you.
I'm also not going to repeat. Thank you for the reports. Thank you for your time today. The only comment I will make, if we need to take out a tree, when we replace it, find the biggest, most mature tree that can be supported for growth, and one that is maintainable, easily maintained, and we find a way to just ensure that they're maintained, because those magnolia trees, they kind of looked wimpy when they went in, and they're even more wimpy now. So okay, I think. Well, I guess we don't do anything. I just say we're moving on to the next agenda item now.
Correct, Acting Chair. I want to be sure that staff feels like they have sufficient direction and guidance. We don't want them going back confused, but I believe that this discussion was pretty robust and they have all their margins.
Thank you. Thank you again. You want to take 5 minutes or? Yeah. Great. Let's take 5 minutes. We'll re-adjourn at 8:15. Order. Okay. We have got item 5.2, Municipal Code Amendment 2026-0381 and Local Coastal Program Amendment 2026-0382. Applicant is the City of Laguna Beach, presented by Jane and Anthony.
Good evening, Chair and members of the Planning Commission. Anthony Vieira, Deputy Director for the Community Development Department. And joining me for this presentation tonight is Jane Abzug, Assistant City Attorney. And tonight we're very pleased to be presenting to you and to the public a revised draft ordinance, the Design Review Efficiency Ordinance. And I will go ahead and start off this presentation, starting with what is the purpose of this ordinance that the city has been undertaking since 2024. This is pretty important to me personally, so you'll have to indulge me for just a few minutes here while I talk through this, the purpose and just a reflection on where we are today as a city staff. The Design Review Efficiency Ordinance is intended to do two things. First, reduce the backlog in the department, and second, improve how we process planning applications. On the administrative side, I wanted to point out that we have already made significant improvements and taken care of the low-hanging fruit. We created from the ground up a comprehensive plan check review checklist for the planning staff, which helps our planners progress through a plan check more efficiently. We've published detailed application submittal checklists and handouts for the public. We've also updated our templates to better use standardized language where appropriate, and we've also leveraged technology, perhaps most notably launching the online permit portal in January of last year. Today, planning applications are processed digitally, and our planners have the tools and training to complete thorough reviews as efficiently as possible. We've also streamlined certain administrative functions, such as how we prepare real property disclosures. But even with those improvements, the workload remains very high, and the job has become more complex over time, especially with ongoing changes to state law, including but not limited to accessory dwelling units. I've been with the city for over 11 years at this point, and the planner's job has never been more difficult to accomplish. Our volume of caseload is also a challenge. Last week alone, we received 10 new planning applications. Many of these will require discretionary entitlements, and that often means preparing staff reports, typically after at least 2 rounds of plan review and sometimes more. As of this week, we have 274 active pending planning applications, and as a planning team, we produce an average of 30 to 40 staff reports each month. So the purpose of this ordinance is to make sure our code supports a more efficient process so that we can keep pace with demand while maintaining the city's design expectations and safeguarding the community and its residents. We may be out of the backlog in terms of hitting our 30-day turnarounds in just about every case, which our applicants very much appreciate, and we do hear a lot of positive compliments about that. But there does still remain a sense among the planning staff that we are still waiting to come up for air. The workload remains very high, and I am concerned about the work-life balance of our team. I regularly see planners working after hours and on the weekends. Long-term, I'm concerned that this will prove to be unsustainable unless we institute additional changes, including the streamlining changes that we are here to talk about tonight. I will say we have a really great planning team. I'm very grateful to them for the amount of time we've had them. We've limited the amount of staffing transitions that we've seen over the last few years, and having that type of tenure is very critical, both for building relationships with our community. It's a small town, and we value that very highly, and also just due to the complexity and the learning curve involved with working in a city such as ours. So with that, I will turn it over to Jane for the next part of our presentation.
Good evening, members of the Planning Commission. My name is Jane Abzug, Assistant City Attorney. I'm going to give you a high-level overview of the changes that this proposed ordinance makes. I understand that the Planning Commission is aware of this item due to prior meetings and the public as well, but I'd like to summarize those changes again. So this ordinance addresses 4 different buckets of changes. The first bucket consists of common practices that are not yet in the code. The second bucket consists of a reduction in the level of design review and a reduction in the findings and criteria for design review. The third bucket consists of other miscellaneous items, and the fourth bucket consists of public works projects and changes to those review. So this ordinance or other versions, past versions of this ordinance have been considered on several occasions. In October of 2024, there was a community workshop where some of these planning issues were originally raised, and the city sought feedback on potential solutions, including a DR efficiency ordinance. After that community workshop, there was interest from the community in seeing a draft of the ordinance and what that would look like. So October 17th, 2024, the city released a copy of the DR efficiency ordinance and a cover sheet summarizing the changes and asking for feedback within a certain amount of time. City staff then reviewed that feedback, tried to synthesize it and incorporate revisions into a new version of the DR efficiency ordinance. And that's when a version of the ordinance was presented to the Planning Commission, the Design Review Board, and the City Council. City staff then took feedback from that joint session and created a new revised version of the ordinance and brought it to the City Council on a few different occasions, April 8th, July 22nd, and November 18th. Over the course of all these meetings, city staff has revised the ordinance, and the most updated version is before you this evening. So I'm going to break down the buckets a little bit further. In terms of the first bucket for common practices not yet in the code, this effort really attempts to codify these approaches that are not clear to all members of the public, and also to further guide city staff so that there's consistency on application of these rules. One example would be the entire concept of zone clearance and staking for coastal development permits. The second bucket relates to the reduction in triggers for design review. This is one of the more significant changes because it inverts the DR relationship. As the Planning Commission and the public is aware, at this point, everything in the city is subject to design review unless it's explicitly accepted or exempted. This ordinance proposes to have certain applications identified as subject to design review before the Design Review Board and Planning Commission, and then otherwise specifically identify projects that are exempt or subject to administrative design review. For administrative design review, there is an option for the community development director to waive a public hearing on those types of projects. And a member of the public, can request a public hearing. If there's no request for a public hearing, then the project is deemed approved. The other portion of the second bucket relates to the reduction in findings and criteria for design review. Currently, there are 16 design review criteria and really 4 different findings for design review. Those findings have been rewritten so that it's just clear 2 findings that incorporate by reference the criteria, and then criteria that is otherwise placed in the zoning code and other specific plans and zoning codes have been reduced to focus on the 11 criteria that are now in the design review chapter 2505. The third bucket is other miscellaneous items. This is what I alluded to earlier, the removal of duplicative language in other sections of Title 25 that apply the same or similar design review criteria, rewording of development standards and other key code provisions to improve clarity and consistency for city staff and design professionals. The fourth bucket, which is, largely what the Planning Commission focuses on, relates to public works projects. We tried to phrase this into 3 buckets, so major, minor, and de minimis, and involving the community development director in determining what constitutes major, minor, and de minimis based on similar projects in those groupings. And then since the release of the staff report, since the November 8th City Council meeting, city staff submitted the draft DR efficiency ordinance that was reviewed by the City Council at that meeting and submitted it to the Coastal Commission for comments. The Coastal Commission staff submitted some comments. Some of those comments were not incorporated, however, some of them were. These changes that were incorporated are on these slides. Just briefly going over it, minor changes identifying, specifying that a lighting plan, we're talking about an exterior lighting plan, having roof alterations that are 16 feet in height or greater as subject to DR, and then anything less than 16 feet in height is exempt from DR. There was a comment about being consistent in how you measure height, which were comments we also received from the City Council. Some other minor comments about limiting landscaping near utility boxes. The biggest change that the Coastal Commission staff asked for the city to make was remove the SB 9, SB 450 provisions that the city had included in the DR efficiency ordinance because the Coastal Commission staff was not prepared to provide substantive comments. I know that we have followed up with Coastal Commission staff recently, and I believe their comments are due in the next week or so. There will be some other communication with Coastal Commission staff about those comments. It's hard to say at this point because we don't know what they are. Then they had some comments about the luminous tube signs, which I know the Planning Commission is also interested in. And then minor changes that city staff made to modify some sign program changes, not only for arts organizations, but also to arts and cultural organizations. I'll turn it over to Mr. Vieira to discuss the public comments and any staff recommended changes.
Thank you, Jane. So in advance of the meeting this evening, city staff received a number of comments from city residents as well as design professionals. We've spoken to certain planning commissioners, have followed up on requests for meetings from individuals as well. And through those discussions and correspondences, staff has prepared additional possible modifications to the draft ordinance, which we will be presenting on the next few slides for your consideration. The first is related to the design review criteria. Again, one thing that this ordinance does is it consolidates the DR criteria from 16 down to 11. City staff was proposing to retain design articulation as currently written, but based on some of the comments that we received, staff did a little bit of wordsmithing here to clarify some of the language, but this is what I would deem a non-substantive change. And I'm more than happy to return to any of these slides during deliberations if you'd like a closer look at these proposed changes. In the Lagunita zone, there was a typo that was identified, and so we've corrected the spelling for Vista. In the Arch Beach Heights zone, one thing I'll clarify here is that the newly proposed edits are shown in bold green text. Edits that were being made through the draft ordinance attached to the staff report tonight are still shown as strike through underline changes, but are in plain black text. So here, what we've done is we've made the standard more objective by removing the should. We had already previously revised the roof deck prohibition to read as an objective standard, and we've done the same this afternoon for the prohibition on certain appurtenances that would extend above the uppermost story of a building in the Arch Beach Heights specific plan zone. And then we've also proposed certain changes to the design review triggers related to how the city staff is measuring the height of an improvement. And we'll see this change repeated on a few slides here. What I will say is that city staff's intent is not to change how we measure height, but based on some of the feedback that we received, we saw an opportunity to provide more clarity and better explain that the city has an existing definition of building height, which also applies to other types of structures that are similar to a building. And so here we are referring back to the definition for building height in chapter 25.08 of the municipal code. There are other types of improvements that are subject to design review based on the height, but they're not necessarily related to a structure or a building. So that would include landscaping, decks, and then also certain types of removable on-grade structures like play equipment. And for those, we are proposing to keep the language as currently drafted in your ordinance attached to the staff report, which establishes that height measurement based on the adjacent legal ground elevation. And so we've clarified that for the design review trigger for an improvement that exceeds a height of 16 feet, as well as the design review exemption for improvements that do not exceed a height of 16 feet. Similarly, the design review exemption for roof alterations that do not exceed a height of 16 feet. We also received some helpful feedback related to a provision in our general yards and open space chapter that uses the term graded fill terrace. And what that is it's essentially akin to an elevated deck, but it's not supported on posts or cantilevered off a structure. It's essentially supported by earth or some other material elevated above the existing grade. And city staff's intent was to treat all of these equivalent in terms of design review trigger. If it's a deck, a slab, a patio, or a terrace that's elevated 3 feet or less above the ground elevation, that would be exempt from design review as it currently is today. And on the next slide, if it's elevated more than 3 feet above grade, it would be subject to administrative design review, which is also the case today. On this slide here, we have a proposed change related to trash storage located in the front yard setback. It was pointed out that for a corner lot, fences and walls are limited to a 3-foot height on a corner lot situation. And so the revision here would clarify that screening for that trash enclosure on a corner lot would be limited to a 3-foot height consistent with that development standard. Under the staking requirements, you'll note that in your staff report this evening, there is a new provision that codifies city staff's current practice of requiring staking for CDP applications. Now, the city's application materials also go on to state that the community development director does have the authority to waive that requirement, which we do from time to time when it is evident that there will be no adverse effect on coastal resource. So what we've done here is we've gone ahead and added that clarification in this proposed change to the draft ordinance so that that staff practice is also indicated in the code. There is also a proposed change here related to the public hearing waiver process. So with the administrative design review provisions in the draft ordinance, there is a public hearing waiver provision. The director may either require a public hearing automatically, or we may start the entitlement process by releasing public notice. This would be through city website and or newspaper, and also in addition to the customary mailers to neighbors within a certain radius, soliciting interest and holding a public hearing. If no such interest is received, the community development director or designee would automatically approve that application after 15 working days of providing that constructive notice. What we've done here is proposed 2 exceptions, and that would be that to say that there is no public hearing waiver process for elevated decks, and then also in the case of minor alterations to historic resources when they are subject to the administrative design review process. And related to historic resources, in the city's historic preservation chapter, staff is proposing to strike out language that would have exempted admin DR projects affecting historic resources from Heritage Committee review. So with this change, what would happen is if a project is triggering admin DR due to a certain type of change to a historic resource, the project would first need to receive a recommendation from the Heritage Committee. And so for next steps, assuming that the Planning Commission provides a recommendation to the City Council this evening on the draft ordinance, we would then agendize this matter for a public hearing before the City Council. For our first reading, we would be presenting both an urgency and non-urgency version of the Design Review Efficiency Ordinance to the Council. We would also present a resolution to the City Council to amend the design guidelines, a guideline of residential development, which is also part of the city's LCP, to remove the design review criteria that are proposed to be struck from the municipal code. And again, we are consolidating the DER criteria by removing 5 criteria. And then following local adoption, the non-urgency version of the ordinance, and the resolution amending the design guidelines would be submitted to the Coastal Commission for an LCP amendment. With that, staff is recommending that the Planning Commission provide a recommendation to the City Council to adopt an ordinance that amends the municipal code and the local coastal program with the modifications as presented by staff this evening, and finding the action exempt from CEQA under the Class 1 categorical exemption. That will conclude the staff presentation, and both Jane and myself are available for questions. Thank you.
Comment, questions for clarification, etc. And then after public comment, we can go with our comments. You want to start, Ken?
One question I had was, I'm still trying to figure out, so we had these areas around town, Lagunitas, Diamond Crestview, that had their own design review criteria. Now, wasn't I reading, or what was the effort? Wasn't there just basically trying to consolidate that and get rid of any kind of conflicting language?
That is correct, Commissioner. Thank you for that question. In an effort to streamline our application processes, we took a close look at the design guidelines criteria that exist in specific zones. What we found is that they weren't necessarily conflicting with the design review criteria that apply globally, regardless of zone. We found that in many cases they were actually redundant. So what we've done is we've eliminated that redundancy by striking the guidelines in the zones. Now, there were some exceptions to that. So for example, the Three Arch Bay zone has standards related to view preservation. And we understand with working with that HOA and their residents, that is a very important guideline to hold on to. So staff is not proposing to remove that as one example, but in large part, we did remove the redundancy.
Okay, but did I read somewhere that like the whole Sarah Thurston Park specific plan was being repealed?
Only the design guidelines, and these are the redundant elements that again, essentially are redundant with respect to the 11 design review criteria. We are not repealing the specific plan itself.
Okay, because it was a little confusing the way it was in the staff report.
I understand, Commissioner Sadler. This, just to add on what Mr. Vieira said, specifically section 26 of the ordinance only strikes 2539-100, which is the design review criteria, which is duplicative of the design review criteria that is included within Chapter 2505. And part of these revisions too were really based on when a planning staff person is preparing, a staff report and a resolution, there's generally one place where they go to look and find what the findings are and the criteria. And so it really is an effort to, streamline, just only streamline. So that's, as Mr. Vieira pointed out with, the maintenance of the design criteria that are different. Those have been, left in the code, and, staff has gone through carefully in each plan and kind of reviewed those criteria in terms of its recommendation.
Okay. This is, I don't know, kind of a bigger picture kind of question, because, after seeing the timeline of what this whole process has been through up to this point, it's been talked about, and we had a joint meeting, and now the city council has heard it a number of times recently, subsequent to us hearing it. Have they hashed all this out? I mean, is this basically being presented to us and saying, this is what we want, and, you guys just go ahead and move this along on its way? Or are they open to feedback and suggestions and changes?
Yeah, thank you. We're certainly very open to your feedback. Ultimately, it'll be up to the city council to determine if that feedback is incorporated. Should the planning commission consensus desire to make certain changes, as city staff, for all the reasons that were mentioned at the start of the presentation, we are hoping that you will be prepared to provide your recommendation to the council this evening. City staff has, although we believe that this ordinance is very important for city staff in terms of ensuring that we have sufficient staff resources to handle the workload, reduce conflicts, be more transparent as a government agency. For all those reasons and more, it's a very high priority project for us. Nonetheless, as Jane presented on, this item has been publicly presented, I think 6 or 7 times at this point, and we've received a lot of feedback. A lot of that feedback has made its way into the revisions that are now before you tonight. So what we would ask respectfully is that the Planning Commission does provide their recommendation to council this evening, but you are welcome to propose suggested modifications with your recommendation.
Okay, because I'm trying to get, wrap my head around certain things. Well, one is this public hearing waiver process. And so say, for example, give me an example of something that is proposed now to require administrative design review. I think we've removed air conditioners, right? That used to be something that did require a administrative design review. But something that's on the list of these items require administrative design review. And so a neighbor's going to put in something into his yard, and it's administrative design review. Well, then this public waiver process would be then there would be some sort of notification sent out to the neighbors about this. Here's this ADR administrative design review issue. It would give those neighbors the ability to publicly request an actual public hearing, correct? And if a neighbor was to do that, then the public hearing would not be waived and there would be an official administrative design review meeting at which neighbors could show up to express their concerns, correct?
And actually, this was one of my questions, so can I expand on that? What is the process? Is the process the same as it is currently? If you're within a certain radius, you get the postcard that this is coming up, and and I guess it would be modified to say there will not be a public hearing unless you request such. And then the last part of that question is if the neighbors in India, for example, for 2 weeks misses that, they're just out of luck.
So maybe before we dissect the admin DR section of the code, one thing that I think might be helpful context to the Planning Commission, to the public, is to point out that the city institutes a very comparable practice today, not in the context of admin DR, but for administrative coastal development permits. There actually already is a codified public hearing waiver process for administrative coastal development permits. And so what the city does is we would send out an initial notice, property owners within 300 feet, tenants within 100 feet, for example, they would receive that postcard notice, and they would be given a certain specified period of time from the date of the issuance of the notice before which they have to request a public hearing if they would like a hearing to be held on the application. We would be implementing a very similar process with these changes before you tonight. So what we would do is we would provide the mailers. We would say within 15 working days of the date of this notice, you have the ability to request a public hearing. In addition to the mailers to surrounding residents, owners within 300 feet, tenants within 100 feet, we would either notice in the newspaper, which we would do in some cases depending on type of application, but that would be more of a rare case. More often what we would do based on our noticing requirements is post a copy of that public hearing notice on the city's website, in addition to the mailers that would go out.
Okay, so here's what I'm getting at is that, so I'm looking again at some of the things that are listed, that would require administrative design review. So for example, decks that are more than 3 feet above adjacent ground elevation. Right? So my neighbor decides they want to have a deck that's 6 feet off the ground. It's going to be required to go through, be required to have an application for administrative design review. Then this public notice waiver thing would go out, and that I get in the mail as the neighbor, and then I decide, well, yeah, I object to that. So I send in my objection, and then I'm able to have a public hearing on that particular application. However, if my neighbor has a vacant lot and he wants to build a new single-story home that's less than 16 feet in height, I'm going to get no notification, and I have no ability to request a public hearing or have any public input whatsoever as it's currently being proposed. Would it be possible for some of these items that I think are potentially more impactful, such as that, having a brand new structure that's up to 16 feet high, why not have something that's that much more potentially impactful than a deck, not go through some sort of similar process? Why not some of these things that could be potentially more impactful, why not move them to administrative design review? So that if there's a vacant lot next door and somebody's going to propose to build a house that's 16 feet, that at least there would be a notification to the neighbor, and then the neighbors would have the possibility of saying, and maybe it would go either way. Maybe, we would still cull some of these things out and not have to have everything go through official design review, but it would help prevent, I'm drifting into comments a little bit, but, prevent some of these more impactful issues, I think. I mean, was that ever considered? Could that be done that way? Or does that work against your whole goal of trying to reduce the backlog and speed up the process or whatever?
I can actually briefly respond, Commissioner Sadler. So I think the provision that you're referring to, which is exempt from DR, relates to the city staff's box within a box concept that was really born out of SB 9 and the changes that were brought about by SB 450 to give applicants an objective way to proceed with a small residential structure that was the intent of SB 450, or otherwise avail yourself of the city's full design review process. And so it's really a creative solution to deal with the state housing laws that are coming out. And so I understand the concern about not being notified of this type of development. I think the city staff's goal, like I said, is to create a pathway where, somebody can decide to create an 800 square foot, 1-story house that has, much bigger setbacks, or they can decide to go through the more full DR effort. So I think our goal is, to give the option in the hopes that really what, the community wants is to avail themselves of the design review process. But I think that, city staff has thought about this and potential solutions. And I don't know if you want to hear that, now or, potentially after public comments, but, we are here to talk about it further.
Just to follow up on that your response sounds benign, but maybe I misread the resolution, but the increased setbacks for these projects, there's only 1 additional foot, for example, in the side yard setback. Did I misread that?
I think it's a percentage.
It is a percentage. So what this box within the box concept does is it essentially shrinks the building envelope, both in terms of its vertical height and also along all 4 sides, meaning the setbacks. So what this design review exemption does is for new primary dwelling units, meaning these objective design standards, you would not have to go through DR, and you would be limited to a height of 16 feet, which is consistent with where we see state law now and where it's been tracking. And I'm referring specifically to accessory dwelling units where they default to a minimum 16-foot height. Sometimes you are given a greater height allowance. And then with respect to the setbacks, the additional building setback would apply, which requires that you step in buildings once you hit a point 15 feet above natural grade. And then also at your front yard, side yard, and rear yard, you would have a 20% increase in your minimum setback requirement. So your side yard setback, if it's, maybe only 3 or 4 feet, yes, you might be only required to provide 1 additional foot of setback, but a lot of zones actually have a side yard setback that's a percentage of your lot width. And so what we're doing is we're essentially saying that your increased setback requirement is a function of whatever standard currently exists in that zone. Some zones have like a 5-foot setback that's required. Other zones are a percentage-based standard, and we're increasing that requirement. We're also setting restrictions on landscaping. Again, this is all with the intent of mitigating to the greatest extent possible the potential impacts. What staff observed from experience is that we see the greatest impacts, and usually it's with respect to view equity and privacy with second floor additions. That would typically happen for additions and new structures over a 16-foot height. And what we're saying here is this exemption would only apply if you're at or below 16 feet in height. And the last point I'll make is that this does not provide an exemption from the coastal development permit requirements, which would always be required for a new building.
And sorry.
And to Anthony's point, which is a good one, that would go through the whole noticing process under the CDP authority. So in the context of a new primary dwelling unit that may be exempt from design review, you would be getting notice. It would be through the coastal development permit entitlement. even though it would be exempt from DR. So in that scenario, you would be getting notice for the CDP, whereas the actual deck might be exempt from the CDP because it's an improvement to a single-family dwelling that already exists.
Just to follow up on the 16-foot and exempt review, the articulation of that box, that form, is covered in the code. You know, for example, I want to build a 16-foot box, and there was a horrifying article in the New York Times last week about this. Right next door to a single-family house, here comes this box 3 stories high, and it was exempt from design review. I mean, that's our biggest nightmare. So what Commissioner Sadler is saying is a real and present danger in Laguna Beach. It is happening everywhere. And I don't know who these people are that are doing it, but most of them are not known to us. Let's put it that way. They're not longtime community people. So if I come in and I want to build my box, what are the restrictions on building the box?
Yeah, I sure do appreciate that concern. Staff certainly shares that concern. And what I would say initially is that there wouldn't be a 3-story box because we're saying you're limited to a single story.
No, I'm just talking a 16-story box.
But what we're doing with the objective design standards, it's a 2-phased approach. We do see, to your point, an urgent and pressing need for these objective design standards. And so it's really a 2-phased approach. We're now ready to address the form and massing standards. It's a blunt tool. You know, it's not a sophisticated response, I'll admit. And that's because we're trying to get something implemented sooner rather than later. Separately, I think the Planning Commission is also aware that the city is working on a phase 2 objective design standard project, which will address architectural treatments, including required articulation techniques. We have a consultant in architecture and urban design forum that has done this for other cities, Ranchos Palos Verdes, among others, and they're actively working on that project now. We expect that that'll move forward with an adoption process come summer of this year. And that'll supplement the phase 1 ODS.
So just to clarify that a little bit, the resolution would include that second phase articulation piece?
That would be a separate item.
So the resolution would not. So the box could be the box.
And I think I would just, like to add in, somewhat of the risk analysis here. I sat through the earlier presentation when we were talking about, the sidewalks and the trees. And I think the risk in that scenario of putting down, sidewalks and in 10 years, you have to pull up the sidewalks because the trees are dying. I think the risk analysis here is different for the Planning Commission to consider just based on these state housing laws and the city going through its housing element process. The City Council will be considering its annual progress report at its next meeting that evaluates how the city is implementing its programs, including streamlining its permit process and application process. And really, I think what, our office is advising is that, it is in the city's best interest to take this creative approach with the box in the box at this point, refine it at a later date, and then, not risk having an issue with the state in terms of, not getting certification in our housing element, and then there's a builder's remedy, and that's much more destructive for the character of the city in this context. And so I think that is why our office and city staff is putting this before the Planning Commission. I think we all really care about, community character and protecting Laguna. And this is our, best, I guess there's always time for improvement, but, this is the best version that we have at this point, and we are receptive to comments.
Yeah, I understand the guillotine of the builder's remedy, and we absolutely need to avoid that. But in the interim period, before there is this phase 2 with more specificity on the articulation, if I were to come into the city and do my box within a box, I could do a box, correct?
Correct, at this time.
That's horrifying. I mean, I understand the urgency because builder's remedy is a worse case.
So just so I'm clear on what's going on here tonight, it's like, because I've got a bunch of notes, that I went through, the whole staff report on this. I'm getting the sense that this thing is locked and that you want us to just go for it. I mean, without really any input, because I mean, there's certainly several things that I found in there that I would want to see, if I had my way, would want to see changed, so how's that going to work? I mean, you're receptive to comments, but I mean, is it just thanks for your comments, but we're going to ask for you to approve what's before us tonight so that it can move forward?
I'm sorry if it came across that way in staff's presentation, because that's absolutely not the case. This is a public hearing process, and I think that city staff has tried to show that we're still incorporating public comments even up till this day based on the written public comments received. And we're absolutely here to hear your input. And I think that that's something that we can incorporate into the ordinance. So we are here to, hear your expertise as the Planning Commission and hear your comments as well as the public.
Well, I appreciate you thinking we're experts, but these are just observational comments about, what I read through and some things that from my experience being up here for 8 years, knowing that certain things that were eliminated from any kind of design review, other than maybe admin, in my view, is a little troubling. I'd like to at least be able to comment on it and see if that resonates with not only you guys, but the rest of the commission as well.
I had another question. How are previous design review approvals going to be treated in that, we did get some correspondence. One of the people who sent us the email was a name that I remembered, and it was from a design review issue probably over 15 years ago that and it was a couple of neighbors up in the Skyline area that were really, going back and forth between the two neighbors about, and as I recall, it was mostly primarily landscape issues in the neighboring backyards and stuff. So after many, many meetings and lawyers being involved and everything, they hashed out a final, approval that included a bunch of conditions of approval regarding the maintenance of this landscaping in one of the neighbors' backyards at certain heights and sizes and things like that. Now, anything that's being changed now in this ordinance, is that retroactively going to affect those conditions of approval? And somebody looks at it and goes, well, oh, no, that's no longer, you could have landscaping up to 16 feet high now. That, forget about that old stuff,
Yes, staff did review that comment, so I appreciate the question because we did give it some thought. In my view, I don't believe the city staff practice really changes all that much with what's before you tonight. So what we currently do is when we receive an application, maybe it's a construction revision to change some aspect of an entitled project, what we do is we do our research. We look first at the conditions of approval in the resolution. Is this in conflict with a condition of approval? We go beyond that and also look at public correspondence that was submitted. We look at the meeting minutes. Is this change in some way conflicting with something that was specifically addressed through a design review process, a deliberative process? And in those cases, what we do today is we would require some level of design review to process that change. And so we've tried to incorporate that into this design review efficiency ordinance by indicating that yes, city staff, through the director, we are able to administratively authorize minor changes to the approved plans but not for projects that fall under one of 5 or 6 categories, one of which is a finding that it does not involve a feature of the project that was a basis. Oh, excuse me, I wanted to actually read the next one down. It does not involve a feature of a project that was specifically addressed or was the subject of a condition of approval for the project, or that was a specific consideration by the applicable review authority in the project approval. So what sometimes happens is that the design review board, for instance, or it could be the planning commission, will continue a project with specific direction. If the applicant makes those changes may not be captured in conditions of approval. But staff does have documentation, namely through minutes, but other means as well. We have video recordings that we do review. And those changes would be captured. We would require some level of design review if there is an applicant proposed change that runs counter to the specific direction of the board or commission.
Okay, so your general reply to that concerned neighbor would be city staff would be looking into it and would be making a determination, at some point and trying to determine whether or not, what's being proposed is in conflict with what was previously approved. Yeah.
Correct.
Okay.
I view it as consistent with current practice.
Okay. I guess the last question I have, and I think I know the answer to this, but one of the other comments we had received was somebody was saying, why are we doing this at all, really? And yes, the city, the community development department had been, struggling and kind of overworked here. But you said yourself, it seems like some of the backlog is being dealt with and stuff. Are we getting to the point where we're dealing with the backlog and we don't really need to do this, or is the main reason we're really doing this is trying to respond to what the state is doing in terms of new state laws regarding housing?
From the applicant perspective, based on my conversations with design professionals and applicants, the difference is night and day from their side of the counter. They see greater responsiveness from city staff, both in terms of returned calls and emails, also in terms of our turnaround times on zoning plan checks. Like I'd mentioned, by and large, we are hitting our 30-day turnarounds for zoning plan checks. We're also doing a better job of getting projects to hearing sooner once those applications are deemed complete. On the staff side of things, we're still very much on that treadmill, trying to keep pace with the projects. It's ultimately a volume issue. Part of the problem is our staff reports are very detail-oriented. And so by reducing the level of design review where it makes sense, by streamlining those reports, by eliminating redundancy, for example, in the design review criteria, we see opportunities to continue to protect what matters, be protective of neighbors that are most impacted by development applications while still keeping the workload manageable for city staff. That's important for many reasons. We also want to make sure that we have sufficient time to spend on the projects that do have the greatest potential for impact, and we're not just rushing them through because we've run out of time.
Okay, great, thank you.
Steve, do you have any questions?
Yeah, I'd just like to, and hopefully this isn't backtracking. I just need some clarity in my own mind on this, and that is this. There's a big concern about the over-the-counter, approvals on the 16 feet, and I think that it was Anthony. The drift I got was that this was really This is really only about the objective design standards and the box within the box, and it's really only for ADUs and an ADU that's 800 square feet or less. Is that, I mean, in other words, if I want to just add a 16-foot high addition to my house to add a family room, that doesn't get approved by over the counter. That has to go through a process.
Thank you for that question, Chair. And I'd like to clarify that was given as an example, but there is a design review exemption that would apply to a new primary dwelling unit. I think some context here might also be helpful. Today, additions that are less than a major remodel that are up to, say, a 49.9% addition to a single-family home that are at or below 15 feet in height. Those are also exempt from design review already. So that could be quite significant, especially when you pair it with an accessory dwelling unit, which do not count.
And Anthony, I want to clarify between not the administrative design review, because in the administrative design review, you still do a notice, I think. I'm talking purely about the over-the-counter where you would not do a notice.
Correct. And that is consistent with the examples I just gave. So a 16-foot tall new single-family dwelling that complies with the more restrictive development standards in this ordinance would be exempt from design review. Now, that's not to say that there wouldn't be any public notice. There would, in fact, be public notice, and that is because that project would require a coastal development permit, and that does have noticing requirements.
Okay, so going back to my example of adding a family room at 16 feet, that could be exempt from design review, but would that be still an administrative review, or could that be over the counter only?
I hesitate to use the word over the counter because we would still want to do a careful zoning plan check. And so we would accept an application at City Hall, really through the online portal is how we do things these days. And then within our 30-day review, we would determine if the project were exempt from design review. An addition below 16 feet could be exempt from design review, but there could also be other design review triggers at play. So for example, if that addition happens to be on a slope greater than 30% or is otherwise located within an environmentally sensitive area, that would take it out of that design review exemption, and it would be subject to a public hearing through the design review process.
Who would grant the coastal development permit in the example with the 16-foot single-family primary dwelling?
So the administrative coastal development permit provisions essentially make that an administrative decision, but it could be appealed by an interested party or referred up to a higher review authority as well by the director of the department or their designee.
So trying to figure out the process there. So you get a notification that your neighbor is going to potentially build a new single-family primary dwelling that's less than 16 feet high that meet these higher development standards. And you get the notification because it's going to require a coastal development permit. But there's not a real public hearing or anything, right? Or is there? Or you know, how would you appeal it or object to it, to the coastal development permit?
So there is a public hearing waiver process. That hearing would only be waived if the neighbors are not concerned by the project, do not request a hearing. There's also a provision in this ordinance that gives the director of the department the discretion to skip that waiver process and simply require a public hearing. And we do anticipate that we would do so from time to time, depending on the project. And again, this is within the context of a project that might be exempt from design review, but still requires a CDP. And this is an existing provision in our municipal code as well.
I think it would be staff's practice in terms of a new primary dwelling unit to refer it to the design review board to consider it, which is within the community development director's discretion with considering a coastal development permit. So there is that option within the CDP chapter. The community development director may consider it him or herself, but they have the option to refer it up. And I would advise that in the context of a new primary dwelling unit, that it be referred up.
Okay. So, and like you said, the community development director could do that just on their own discretion, or they could also do so at the request of a concerned third party.
Correct. So this was something that was the second part of your question, actually. Are we doing this because we're anticipating the state is going to force this upon us?
So I think the majority of the ordinance that exists today was related to the backlog. I think over time, this ordinance, because it's spanned over a couple years at this point, or maybe a year and a half, it has, I will just explain that we've had this ordinance in a draft form, and every time city staff or community development department staff uncovers an issue, we add it to a list, and then we eventually, when we're time to bring it forward, incorporate that list into the ordinance. So it's just it's a living and breathing document that we've revised over time based on experience. And I think that some of that experience has been with, SB 450 projects that have been recent, and there are pending SB 450 projects, today. And so I think that, it is an opportunity to make changes to the code as we're going through this process. And so, it's a little bit of both, but the original purpose of this ordinance was really born out of, the backlog in community development and just really some of the redundancies in the code.
So what?
Can I try again? Oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead, Steve.
I wanted to try again on my question because I was getting at a different nuance, and it kind of got lost. And that is, it's my understanding, because there's two things being commingled here that makes this more complex. One is the objective design standards and the hammer that the state has. The other is trying to improve our planning process. And that's why we're kind of bouncing back and forth here a little bit, which is fine. But what I'm trying to differentiate is, it's my understanding that on this objective box-in-a-box process that the state is kind of forcing down on us, if somebody's doing a 16-foot high ADU and it blocks somebody's view from across the street, it's kind of tough. I mean, there's not much we can do about that. Now, you can correct me when I'm finished here, but that's my understanding. But the reason I was asking about the family room, that's 16 feet, and you said, yes, that could also be, not have to go through design review, that if there isn't a state law that and if that does block an ocean view from somebody's across the street, is the process you're proposing, does it allow the person across the street to get notified if it's not an ADU that's less than 800 feet, so that they have an opportunity to request a public meeting?
I think I understand where you're going with this, so I'll try to answer. So I think in your question about the addition and whether that is exempt from design review, I think there are contexts in which an addition that is less than 16 feet can be exempt from design review. I think then city staff would need to analyze the scope of the addition in comparison to the overall structure, such that if it constituted a major remodel, now you're bumped up into design review before the design.
No, I'm not talking about a major remodel. I'm just talking about, I'm pushing out my house 10 feet and it blocks the only view that the neighbor behind me has. Would the process not allow that neighbor to have a voice in the?
So assuming that the addition does not trigger a major remodel and it's a new family room that doesn't trigger a major remodel, it could be exempt from design review if it's under 16 feet, and provided that it's not on environmentally sensitive areas and, certain slopes. So let's assume we're in the world that it is exempt from design review. In that case, then you would not have notice of that addition because it'd be exempt from design review.
Okay, I just want to put a pin in. I want to put a pin in that situation and just say I'm concerned with that.
Yeah. Is there any reason not to require noticing?
I think that in terms of, I think the addition language is in the demolition and reinforcement section. And so I would, defer to Mr. Vieira, but I think that's something that we can consider and perhaps, think about and draft as this meeting continues.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, should we open to public or any? Yeah, sure.
So I wanted to just ask a couple of questions. Two of them are under Public Works, minor and major. I know under minor projects, it seems like those are all going to be exempt from any kind of design review. My feeling is that when it comes to certain minor projects that also deal heavily with aesthetics, that they should still be brought to a design review. And I'll give you an example of the trash enclosure down on Lower Ocean Avenue. That came to us without a concept review, and it was already fully designed and rendered, ready to be built, and it was terrible. It was an absurd design, and so we put the brakes on that and worked with Public Works to come up with a better result, which I think happened. So I would be really concerned about even small projects like that have an aesthetic component to it to be left entirely to the engineers at Public Works to design for us. I think that's a mistake. And including under major projects, same thing. We've had excuse me, whether it was Main Beach Park or beach accesses or the fire station being Fire Station 4 being a really good example of letting Public Works design the building without a concept review. Had we had a concept review, I think that project wouldn't have been delayed by 3 or 4 months. Because they circumvented the process and they brought something that was a fully realized design that was, again, it was terrible. And, we did put the brakes on it and caused 3 or 4 months of delay. And that project still hasn't been fully, vetted because of the materials and landscape plan that was supposed to come back to us. And I'm assuming will at some point. But I think both of those, when it comes to anything through Public Works that has to do with aesthetics, I think they should not be exempt from design review. That's just my opinion. Under section 25.55.006, which is wireless communication facilities. Now, we haven't had one of those come through us probably for 5 or 6 years at least. But it's my understanding that we are at least able to deal with placement and aesthetics again on those types of installations, and to exempt wireless communication facilities from any kind of design review, I think is also a mistake. I think those things should have to come for, and I know we don't have a lot to say about certain aspects of wireless communication installations, but we do have the ability to at least talk about placement and aesthetics. So I really don't think that should be taken out of the design review process.
Questions?
Well, okay, comments, questions. You tell me, you want me to? Okay, well, I'm just, I'll stop. I've got a few more, but, I'll save it for after public comment then, I guess.
Could you tell us a little bit about luminous signs, i.e. neon signs?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question. So by luminous tube signs, yes, we could be referring to neon signs. These days, I don't think we really see gas-filled tube signs being fabricated. The modern equivalent would be an LED sign that's made to look as though it were a neon sign. And what staff is proposing is a change that would allow for luminous tube signs, but we're trying to set the bar high. And there are specific criteria that the Planning Commission would need to consider if it were to approve an application for a luminous tube sign. This is also a sign type that would automatically trigger Planning Commission review in all cases. For other sign types, normally there is an administrative pathway that would be permitted if they meet certain criteria, typically predicated on max letter heights. So here, what we are proposing is that the Planning Commission consider a new allowance for luminous tube signs on building exteriors. The criteria are designed such that it's intended to promote only artistic and custom luminous tube signs. So it would not include something like your generic open sign that would be displayed in a storefront window. This change comes at a time where we're seeing technology evolving in the sign industry. We do see applicants expressing interest in luminous tube signs. And so staff is proposing a change for your consideration that would allow for an approval pathway. But again, it would be discretionary. And we've tried to intentionally set the bar high because we want only those luminous tube signs that would be contributive to the city's aesthetics. And in other cases, they would not be allowed. And that would all be at the Planning Commission's discretion at a public hearing.
That's my question. I'll have a comment about that later. The other question is, yeah, it's in the resolution. Yeah, page 38 of 62 in the resolution having to do with site coverage requirement. At the top of the page, D, Design Review Board is authorized to modify the building site coverage requirement identified in subsection blah, blah, above, upon a finding that it is necessary to preserve views, preserve privacy, reduce heights, or to maintain neighborhood development patterns. In no event shall the DRB modify such requirement by more than 5%. How did you arrive at that percentage? It seems really negligible.
Yes, thank you for that question. Staff wanted to keep the threshold pretty low because the city at some point in its past was very careful and methodical in establishing a building site coverage guideline. Now, there's a formula that's very specific. And so the thinking here is the city very purposefully set forth a standard that projects are generally expected to adhere to. And so this cushion that we've built in, 5%, sets an outer limit if the board were to grant additional building site coverage. But again, we wanted to set it low for the reasons stated.
Okay, so you think the existing code already incorporates this issue because it's been heavily parsed by the staff over the years? I mean, in a general way, that's a consideration, site coverage. And we have established percentages for such things.
Correct.
Right? And this would just give a little flexibility. But for example, in a DRB situation, somebody might have a whole corner of a house, which is bigger than 5%, blocking somebody's primary view. And this piece of the code says it is when it is necessary, or it's necessary to preserve views and privacy. So the 5%, let's just use this as an example, 5% reduction wouldn't address these issues. What if it doesn't address the issue?
So that is a standard that we have today. So what applicants will sometimes do is they'll propose additional building footprint on the ground floor of a proposed structure. And they will explain to the decision-making authority, i.e. the board, that they've proposed to exceed the building site coverage because they are intentionally not proposing program elsewhere on an upper floor. And so that's typically how the building site coverage guideline is exceeded in that design review process. And we're proposing to keep that as the primary consideration. The board is, directed to consider if excess building site coverage is to preserve views, preserve privacy, reduce heights, or maintain neighborhood development patterns.
So there could be some bartering, is what you're saying.
Correct. And
Right.
in this context, up to 5%.
Okay. I think I had one more question. Yeah. Okay. No, that's it. Thank you.
Okay, public comments. Should open the floor to public comments. 3 minutes, state your name, sign the book.
And Christoph, I can't possibly go through everything on these pages, and as you know, you can't either. But I just have to start out by saying this luminous tube sign thing is very alarming, and we should not do it. I mean, just because technology is evolving, that's the whole point of village character, is that we don't want to be technologically evolved in our appearance of our town. But the main thing that I want to talk about is this reliance on the admin DR process. I've spent the last month and a half going to admin DR hearings on 2 different projects. And I have to say the experience was entirely unsatisfactory. One of the projects had 2 hearings, the other one had 3 hearings. I asked to have the project referred to DR, big DR, and the hearing officer wouldn't do it. And so this entirely depends on who is the hearing officer in admin DR and what their priorities are, what their design sensibility is, because they make the exact kind of decisions that you are making. There's only one of them. And so, for example, I pointed out that this deck that was the subject of the hearing had glass railings, and that was out of character with the neighborhood. He agreed it was out of character with the neighborhood. He told them they had to incorporate some wood into it. So they came to the 3rd hearing, and they had a wood railing and wood posts, and the rest was all glass. And he determined that that was fine then. So this is a very arbitrary decision, and it would have benefited by having a range of opinions about that. There were changes that I requested, things like changing the label on the existing tree to say preserve the existing tree, because the previous project that I went to admin DR had a tree showing on their site plan when it was approved by admin DR the first time, and they demolished the tree. And I said, it appears on this plan, I thought it was going to stay. They said, oh no, you need to say that it's going to be preserved when that plan goes through the first time. So this time I was trying to get that covered, and no, he didn't do it. And then there were people, there were not opportunities to respond very well to, even though I went 3 times, wrote 3 letters, and it is just not good to have more types of projects sent to admin DR unless you have a provision that if a member of the public requests that it go to big DR, that it has to. Because they used to do that. When there was a controversy, the staff person would just say, okay, can you agree? Can you make these changes? The applicant would say, no, I don't want to make those changes. So then the hearing person would say, well, then I'm going to send it all to at Big DR and they'll hear about it. And that's what should still happen now, and it doesn't. So staff is reviewing the plans. They're telling the applicant, you got to change this and change this and change this, and then we'll take it to the hearing. So the same person who's the boss of the staff person who's okayed this to go to hearing, in other words, has said everything's okay, is the same person who is then expected to be objective about what he's looking at. And he's not objective because he's okayed this set of drawings as being complete and does not listen to the public input very well. Thank you.
Ann Kane, and I agree about this being a tremendous amount of information to read. I tried to read some, but I admire that you've been able to read it all. And I appreciate the desire to streamline development requirements, but please consider the negative impact on Laguna Beach residents. Exempting any structures 16 feet or under may speed up development, but it may also have the potential of blocking views of existing residents. Removing the Heritage Committee from the review process will damage the historic beauty of Laguna Beach and promote unrestricted change. We live in a beautiful town that deserves taking a little extra time to try and make development be done correctly. Please support that all development requires design review approval, and please revise the DR efficiency ordinance to protect residents. Thank you.
Jerome Pudwell again. One of my favorite quotes is, it ain't so much that people are ignorant, they just know so much that ain't so. And I've got a lot of not knowing here on this, so I'm coming in late. But I do have some questions. First off, you know, and I appreciate getting answers. I mean, these are always one-way conversations, so not conversations, they're monologues. So if we can get some dialogue going, it'd be appreciated. I would like to know who came up with the 16 foot? Why is 16 feet the magic number? To me, and again, I'm just simplifying and dumbing it down in my own mind, the real issue here seems to be blocking of views. So the question I have is, it sounds like we will continue to have notification on a 16 foot. Will we have staking? And if there's staking, will the residents be able then to query and question the development so that they've been given due notice and a new opportunity? It does seem irresponsible just to say 16 feet. You know, it puts a homeowner at disadvantage to a whim or a revenge from a next door neighbor, and that's happened here in town. We all know that. 16 feet on trees. Well, somebody puts in a tree at 16 feet. What happens when it grows to 30? I had one other one here. I think that's basically it. We just need to have some understanding about being able to protect onerous from an owner's situation. As far as the signs go, I hate to be crude about it, but please don't tart up our town. I mean, this is not a circus. This is not a carnival. This is not Costa Mesa. This is Laguna Beach. We've got a heritage. We have a quality of life. Let's keep it that way. Thank you.
Can I start? Hi, my name is Amy Hunhausen. I'm a resident here and did not know about this draft ordinance till actually a couple days ago. And thank you, Ken. I wrote to you. The two major things, I did write a letter, an email I hope was readable. Obviously, everyone's talking about the carte blanche, over-the-counter, 16-foot, clearance for any kind of development. Looking here in this room, I'm guessing this is about 16 feet high. I wouldn't bet my life on it, but roughly speaking, 16, maybe 18 feet high in this room. That is a very significant view impediment. And I know a lot of people, anyone I talked to in the last couple of days, no one knew about this. This is not well understood in the community. And, I live in a hillside area, and actually because there was design review, when I had conflict with a neighbor, and because Ken Sadler was on the review board when this conflict came up, because of that and many design review sessions, we finally had an agreement that allows me to still have an ocean view, at least up till now today. I do not think that would have happened otherwise. It was a very emotional thing. And the idea, first of all, that could be taken away. There is a design review board approved plan. That was one concern I had. Making sure, I know there's some verbiage about only allowing minor alterations. That was one thing. But I think even taking that apart, somehow adopting the ADU height limit, which to me is unrelated, it's a more state thing. ADUs have very specific requirements. You got to build whatever, a bathroom and a handicap access, whatever. That 16 feet is unrelated, and it's huge. And I think that I know from talking to people that around my neighborhood in Mystic Hills, they are appalled. I do not think there should be a carte blanche 16-foot, anything for that, build what you want, grow what you want. I think there'd be a lot of ire in town, and I think you opened up to legal challenges. Design review has a parameter that is view equity. That's still in the code, thankfully. It's been stripped down a little bit in this new ordinance, but still there. There's a view preservation ordinance and view restoration. These ideas are somewhat antithetical. Someone gets approved a 16-foot, well, again, look, if you look at the side here, imagine that view impediment. Someone at the city, say, allows this structure or this tree or this hedge to be grown. Now someone says, well, what about this view preservation ordinance, this view restoration? Now you've just got conflict. But the code has two differing ideas. So I would really encourage to rethink that particular stipulation. Make it lower or remove it. So that's what I want to say. Thank you.
Any other comments from the public? Okay, I think out of those comments, probably the most consistent theme was the ability to call for a public hearing at 16 feet. And I think that question was asked and answered, whether it would be considered as an amendment to what you're proposing.
Yes, thank you. Staff appreciates those comments, and we certainly understand where those concerns are coming from. The Planning Commission is, of course, free to deliberate and make its own determination. But there were a couple of other changes that you might consider that I think will help. So one is staff recommends you consider revising the zoning clearance section, the DR exemption section, to give the Community Development Director the authority to refer a design review exempt project to the appropriate design review authority. So if in staff's review of a project, we find that although it fits within certain parameters, if it fits within a certain sized box, it would ordinarily be exempt. If we feel that this is one of those cases where there's just going to be a higher degree of impact than would be the case in many other situations, just based on perhaps how a certain lot is situated in relation to development on a neighboring lot, the director could refer a project up to design review. Also heard a lot about this 16-foot threshold. Again, staff's initial thinking there was that under state ADU law, The default height allowance is 16 feet in today's state law. Today in our zoning code, we have a design review threshold that's set at 15 feet outside of the ADU context. And that is to Chair Kellenberg's example, what we would consider for something like a family room addition. If that family room addition isn't a major remodel, it's not hitting a design review trigger such as development on steep slopes or development on an ESA at or below 15 feet. Today, that addition is exempt from design review. Staff was proposing to increase that to 16 feet, again, to track with changes that we're seeing in state law that already exist today, but the Planning Commission could consider changing that threshold back to 15 feet, both in the context of improvements to existing structures and also in the context of this box within the box concept for new primary dwelling units.
Anthony, can I ask you a question about that?
Absolutely.
So just to clarify what you said, the current zoning currently allows, if somebody wants to do a family room that is of a size that doesn't trigger a major remodel and it's 15 feet or less, it can still go ahead without design review, even if it has some impacts on neighbors' views.
That is correct.
And so this isn't something new. This is something that exists. It's just all you're doing is adding 1 foot.
Correct.
Okay.
And your comment was a potential suggestion from us is to put it back down to the 15 feet.
Yes.
Okay, well, should we close the public comment and?
And staff is happy to provide some responses to comments if you desire, Chair. I'll take that as a yes. Thank
Okay.
you. I did want to address a couple of the comments that we heard tonight. And again, really appreciate all the comments and the interest in this project. I wanted to clarify something about the administrative design review process. We do have a hearing administrator, city staff, in our planning division. We intentionally keep them at arm's length from projects that are going to be heard at an administrative design review hearing. So that individual is not involved in internal staff discussions about those projects, again, because we want them to approach this hearing, as a neutral party, an arbiter of the hearing, without any predisposed bias over that application. Heard a concern about a proposed removal of the Heritage Committee from the review process. I certainly understand that concern, and that concern, I believe, is addressed by one of the newly proposed changes that were presented this evening in staff's presentation. And that, again, would require that the Heritage Committee review and provide a recommendation on a change to a historic resource that's triggering administrative design review. In the draft ordinance that was attached to your staff report this evening, that was not the case. The 16-foot limit on trees and what happens when it grows to 30 feet. So the design review exemption for vegetation at or below 16 feet within the buildable area stipulates that that vegetation would be conditioned to be maintained in perpetuity at a height at or below 16 feet. If the applicant's proposing a certain species of tree that really can't be reasonably maintained at that height without really disfiguring that tree or other type of vegetation, then what they would probably want to do is not opt for that design review exemption, but instead go through the administrative design review process, starting with the public hearing waiver process. If this is a tree that's being located in an area where it's really not going to impact neighbors, in all likelihood, a public hearing would not be requested and the owner would be approved for taller vegetation.
Last comment, there was a question on staking. Within the administrative review, no staking would occur?
So staking would be required if an administrative design review hearing is held. If there is a coastal development permit requirement, it is the staff's discretion to require or waive staking. We would only waive staking if it's pretty clear, self-evident based on what's being proposed, that there is no potential adverse impact to a coastal resource that's specifically otherwise addressed through the CDP review process.
Okay, close the public section, and George, you want to finish your comment?
Well, I'll try to summarize it. So, I won't go back through the things I already.
Or would you prefer to ask questions?
I wish I had some. So I'm not going to repeat what I said before, and it was obviously the wrong time to say those things, but I hope that this will kind of encapsulate what I'm concerned about, and it's under the threshold for design review. I would like to suggest that we add aesthetics as a trigger for review. In other words, whether it's a public works project or any other commercial project that has a real serious visual impact on the community, I think aesthetics would need to be obviously clearly defined as anything that impacts visual enjoyment and that complements its surrounding is compatible with the neighborhood. Aesthetics is a huge part of our community and should be part of any amendments to the municipal code. I'm really concerned about that. I mean, I deal with aesthetics all the time, and I just feel like if we kind of let some of these things slide through without full design review, that we're going to end up with some things that are designed by engineers and not designed by designers. And I really think that it's important to have a trigger for design review that deals with aesthetics. And I don't know how to incorporate that into what you're already have in place, but I was a little concerned about some of the areas where design review was not going to be a requirement for minor projects or whatever, but and it can still be that way. I think like lift stations and things like that are obviously mechanical rebuilds of dated equipment, but anything that's out of the ground that has a visual impact, I think really should have a design review involved. So that's my major comment. I think it applies to a lot of different sections of what you're trying to do. And I'm certainly not one who wants to slow the process down, believe me, but I really feel pretty strongly about that. And I don't know how to, impose that on this amendment other than to say I feel very strongly about it.
I have a question on that. Is a concept review deemed less restrictive, less cumbersome, less work, less whatever from the city's perspective than a design review?
I think maybe we should start by talking about public works projects more generally and how our recent practice about bringing to you, like we did tonight, projects for concept review when they're very much in the early phase of the design development project. So there's more work to be done. We aren't prepared to seek entitlements. We are perhaps to a certain extent more receptive to feedback because there's more design work to do. That process has worked very well, and city staff does want to continue to do that. I know that's not a codified requirement, but we understand the Planning Commission's concerns and see that mirrored with some of our resident concerns as well. Regardless of whether or not a project goes before you, it'll ultimately have to get funded by the city council. So there's no escaping, the public discussion on these projects. I think it's in our best interest to continue that practice that's been helpful for us to solicit your concept level feedback and then proceed with design refinement and ultimately proceed with whatever design review entitlement is appropriate for that type of a project.
Yeah, because I think, and I'll speak for both George and Susan, because what I've heard is, and I have the same concern, aesthetics on public works. And it gets to either us or city council when it's baked. Would you be amenable as a potential compromise? And I don't know how you guys feel about that, is that you make a concept review, anything that has aesthetic impact, and we have to define that. I don't know how, but we'll figure out that has aesthetic impact in the city. A concept review is required. And recognize it's early, but what it does do, I think, because I agree, the concept reviews are great and the city staff does a nice presentation, but more importantly, they do actually take the feedback. And so what it would prevent is that either we get something that's baked or it goes to city council baked, and then it's the problem of we say, well, why couldn't you do this or that? And the answer is, well, it's too late.
Yeah, I think, dovetailing on that concept reviews actually speed processes up. And I think, when we have big projects, whether they come from Public Works or whatever, if very, very early on, I mean, I'm always a little surprised that Public Works is given the task of developing the scope of the project, the scope of work, without consulting people outside their engineering field, because they come back with, this is the cheapest, quickest way of getting the thing done, and here's what we want to do. And all of a sudden we're like, hold on a second, we got to put the brakes on that because it's a poor design. And the city deserves something better, and I refer back to, Fire Station 4 is a really good example of, had that come to us a year or a year and a half prior to when it was brought for full entitlements for a concept review, I think the outcome would have been 100% better, because we would have had time to, not only for us to review it, but for the community members to have a more fully vetted participation in the design input process, So I don't know. I don't know how to word that into this, but I think it's
Well, that's the question. What you'd be amenable to doing. It gives a level of assurance is a strong word. It gives a level of comfort that we won't have the problems that we've had.
I don't know if this is what you're saying, but I would change the resolution.
Well, that's what I'm asking.
Yeah. So that all these public works projects come to Planning Commission with a concept review. Because that expedites the whole process.
I was asking if that's something you'd be amenable to do.
That, apart from the tightening up of the ministerial review that you've described and so forth, and some of those changes that you presented tonight to the code, is probably the biggest topic. And this has been kind of in the air for years, this whole issue. But now here it is, codified.
And remember too, you have the concept review, you don't have to listen.
Yeah, I appreciate the comments. I do see the benefit of the concept review process. I think Public Works clearly understands that as well. And that's why you see projects like the Ocean Avenue Streetscape project coming before you. There certainly have been some lessons learned over the years. I think we have a really good process in place today. In terms of concept review, we've generally moved away from that as like a codified requirement over the years for different reasons. But I think memorializing this is helpful. What I would recommend is that the Planning Commission try to provide as specific direction on this as possible so that city staff can take this, craft a potential policy item for city council that would accompany the DR efficiency ordinance. And the council could adopt by resolution a policy that the public works staff would follow that defines exactly when a concept review process would be.
Is what you're saying that our motion will include that the resolution has a mandatory concept review for public works projects? Is that what you're suggesting we do? And then council's going to decide what they're going to decide?
Correct. Ultimately, they're the final decision makers on the ordinance as a whole. But I think what would be helpful for us is to get as much specific direction as possible. Because I think to your point, it's hard to exactly define this box that we're trying to create. We all understand what we want, where we want to get to.
Right.
But if you could maybe give us some inputs that we can use to build a policy, you through your motion could also direct staff to prepare a policy for the city council's review and possible adoption through a city council resolution.
Well, I'm a little confused. Isn't changing the role of the shifting the review of these CIP projects from Public Works back to the way it is now, Planning Commission, a policy?
Maybe I can jump in and try and clarify. So right now in the municipal code, it is not, we're not proposing to have a concept review hearing, as you know. And so we have the buckets of, the major administrative DR and then exempt. And I understand, Commissioner Dubin is a little concerned about some administrative DR triggers, like for small additions with exterior design changes that has some design components that would affect aesthetics. And so rather than going through like a waiver, public hearing waiver process, he would hope to see that comes before the Planning Commission. I think, so we're hearing those comments. I think what Mr. Vieira was trying to say is that in terms of the concept review, because that's a new consideration that's not really part of this ordinance and is not really what staff is, proposing at this time, I think it would be helpful for us to present the Planning Commission's, suggestion and direction so that we can present it to the city council as the ultimate decision maker. And so I think what Mr. Vieira was also trying to say is that I think there is a concerted effort by staff to take things early through concept review to the Planning Commission. But there are some circumstances in which, the design does get to a certain point where there are, there is some urgency for consideration of projects or processing projects. And so I think that is why this is crafted the way it is. It's not to take the Planning Commission out of consideration at all. It's just kind of a means to streamline. So that's what I would suggest.
By the way, we understand that. I think George's comment on the fire station was a perfect one. Had a concept review been done, the fire station was presented as this is urgent. We need to do it, et cetera, et cetera. We all remember the reasons why. I think George's comment was, if there were a concept review, we actually would have saved months, maybe more than a year.
I think
and lots of money.
Sorry.
Yeah.
I think there were lessons learned. I mean, I wasn't part of that project, but I know just from talking with other staff members about the project that, it could have used like a concept review hearing. So I think everybody's in agreement.
And to the point of urgency, I actually think if something is urgent, it gets put on the agenda, 14 days is at the notice period. So it only slows it down in theory 2 weeks, but beyond that, it's probably a time saver.
To have the concept review earlier. Yeah. I think that was, maybe like the lesson learned.
I think what I'm hearing, you guys, and this is a question for all of us and Steve out there, do we want in our motion, do we want to put in the motion that the resolution requires a concept review for public works projects?
I say yes, because I feel uncomfortable sending this off the way it is to council for their approval without, with cutting major projects that involve aesthetics loose to engineers to design and come to us with, or get administrative review without any review by us dealing with aesthetics. It just seems
ask our
Do you want to
engineer.
do you want to limit it? Do you want to limit it to projects that are above the ground?
Yeah.
Well, yeah.
By the way, that's a good, I think, and I said earlier, and that's a perfect example of it. We need to just define what aesthetics is somehow. You know, and above the ground is the best thing
Yeah, I mean,
I've
that,
heard.
you know, that pretty much,
I don't know.
Well, I was going to run through my general comments on everything, but I mean, just regarding the public works stuff, my feeling was that for sure all major public works projects should come before us. I guess one question I had was would what we were just reviewing as our first item tonight, would that be considered a major public works project or not?
Well, and I think what we're proposing, Ken, I
I'd
don't
say
think,
so.
I don't think we'd use the word major because major introduces an element of subjectivity.
Right, but the way they're currently proposing it,
Yeah,
they
yeah.
currently proposing major projects will continue to come to planning commission. I for sure am for that. Now, whether the minor and de minimis ones need to as well, I'm less,
Yeah, that-
I
and-
feel
and
less
that's-
strongly
and
about
that's-
that.
and
And I
that's the
know,
question.
like in the past, I'm like, why do we keep reviewing these utility boxes? You know, although I know some of the other planning commissioners like to weigh in on that stuff and talk about the color of them and whether or not we can screen them and all the other stuff. And I look at it more from an engineering standpoint, going, you need a utility box there, just live with it. You're not going to forget it's even there. Anyway, but you know, so that, and I think, so whether or not we require it for all public works projects, I think to me is a little bit less clear. But I think for sure all major ones, and I think for sure all major ones should come in with a concept review.
The problem is defining what's minor.
Yeah.
De minimis is a little easier to define.
I mean,
So
I would.
We do go with
Yeah.
de minimis is their bailiwick and the other two are ours. All other projects are ours.
Yeah, because I mean, if they considered the trash enclosure a minor project, we would have had a really hideous thing sitting down there, you know, so,
True.
you know.
Yeah, I don't think anyone would have considered that.
So if everybody else felt strongly
given the
that, you know,
dollars.
everything other than de minimis, we should be involved in, you know, I'd be agreeable to that.
Steve, you agree with that?
Yes, I do. I just think you just have to have, staff might need to help you create some concrete parameters, but yes, I agree.
Okay.
Want me just to run it? Yeah, I'll just keep going. I mean, in general, you know, understand the concept behind this, especially the streamlining portion of it. What, you know, and some of these issues have been kind of, you know, we've been dealing with in a piecemeal fashion and different parts. And frankly, like when I started reading about the new primary dwelling in 16-foot, and I'm like, now why is that there again? And I'd forgotten about our old previous meeting about the objective design standards and trying to create some sort of, you know, pre-approved plan almost, like you could just come in and say, oh, you met all, you know, checked all the boxes and you're fine. So I'd forgotten about that. So, but now I understand that. But those three items about adding the types of projects that are exempt from design review, improvements that do not exceed 16 feet above adjacent ground elevation, roof elevation changes that do not exceed 16 feet in height, and then the new primary dwelling that do not exceed 16 feet. Those are the ones that have the most potential continuing impact, adverse impact to other residents and neighbors. And so, you know, what can we do about that? Now, some of my concern has been alleviated somewhat with the discussion saying, well, the new primary dwelling units are going to require a coastal development permit. So that will, in effect, require noticing, will require noticing, and has then the ability to elevate itself up to a full approval process. Now, again, what I'm still not clear about is if it did get, okay, we're going to kick this up to either the design review board or the planning commission for design, well, for approval of what? Just the coastal development permit? Would the project still is basically exempt from design review criteria, right? So you're basically, if you were opposed to that project for whatever reason, you would have to find an inability to make the findings for a coastal development permit to basically say that you were not in favor of that project, correct?
Correct.
Yeah, so you know, so there is the possibility there. You are somewhat kind of, you know, limited, you're not referring to, you know, review equity or neighborhood compatibility directly. You're kind of looking at the coastal development permit findings and saying, you know, this doesn't meet this one because you've just designed a square box or whatever, you know, so, so those are the kind of things that, so I think if we were to, you know, I know it doesn't sound like a whole lot, you know, but reducing it from 16 feet to 15 feet for all those items, adding in specifically that the Director of Community Development has the ability for any of these exempt projects based on the particulars of that project, has the ability to elevate it up for design review from whatever the appropriate authority is. So,
Could I ask for a clarification on that? Does the director review all of the applications that would be referred to administrative design review?
It would be the director or their designee, and we would have planning management involved in those determinations.
This is one of those questions that it's late in the hour and I should know the answer. Who's the director?
Matt Schneider.
Okay.
Sorry. Now you know.
I know.
And then, you know, I'm in favor of all the other suggested modifications that you were talking about making earlier. You know, I've got no real issue with the consolidation of the design review criteria. You know, the other issues where it's basically code cleanup stuff, that all makes sense to me. And that's really kind of about it. I worry about, you know, unintended consequences that can happen on some of this stuff. You think of like things, I just am running through all the potential situations that I can think of like where this could run afoul. You know, your neighbor across the street has a flat roof, you know, and it's a relatively small height. So it's, you know, it's a 8-foot wall height and then just a flat roof on top of it. So the structure is currently at maybe 9-10 feet. And then they said, hey, well, I'm just going to put a gable roof on it instead. And it's going to be under 16 feet or 15 feet. And you'd say, yeah, no big deal. But then your neighbor across the street going like, you just destroyed my ocean view by changing your roof for why? You know, you just decided to put a gable roof on it?
I have a process question with regard to this. So let's say something, notice wasn't sent out and hearing happened and a project goes underway. And a neighbor realizes what's going on and calls Matt Schneider, my new friend, and says, this is horrible. With the director ability to call for a design reviewing, can it be done after the fact when a project starts? Or once as it started, it's the cat's out of the bag and it can't be stopped?
That would be too late. We would make that determination during the application review process.
Yeah, so hopefully if the sentence is added in there about the ability of the community development director to evaluate these exempt projects, they could look at that particular project and say, oh, well, you know, normally, you know, bumping your roof height up from 10 foot to 15 foot, not a big deal. However, based on this particular circumstance, I could see how this could be a potential issue with view, equity, or whatever else.
Yeah.
And then hopefully then he elevates it up to
the problem is the director just missed it.
Right.
And the neighbor didn't know about it, and all of a sudden the guys are out there with the hammers.
So it's putting a lot of faith in the director of community development to be making these judgment calls, you know, which.
Yeah, the roof alteration is a big deal.
Yeah, I just know,
Just
you know,
popping it
I
up
was-
a couple feet.
I
is
was
the big-
surprised, you know, when we remodeled our home, I have a flat roof that's over the garage, and it tends to, you know, their flat roofs are not great because they tend to leak and puddle and things like that. So and the rest of the house has a gable roof on it, and I'm like, oh, we'll put a gable roof on this instead. That change by itself was going to trigger design review for this remodel project that otherwise wouldn't.
That you were trying to do without a permit.
That I was trying to do without going through design review. But no, but so we, you know, our flat roof remains. So, you know, but
But is roof alteration would also fall under this mandatory review by the director or designee?
All design review exempt projects would be potentially elevated up to design review through this new provision.
Yeah. What's the safety net on this, though? You know, he misses one. What, you know?
I understand. I would just like to add, actually, the version of the ordinance that the city council considered did have changes to roof dimensions is considered for administrative design review. And I think that we could add that back in to your comments. I think staff was thinking that given that you have like an addition that's under, you know, let's say now 15 feet, if the roof modification is below 15 feet, then really what are we talking about here in terms of but if what you're saying is that actually, no, sometimes the roof dimension changes like the aesthetic value, and that is a reason that you want it to be part of administrative design review and at least have the option, even though it's an improvement that is under 15 feet, that is something we can put back into the ordinance.
Yeah. Definitely. Yeah, I agree with all those comments. Lighting, the luminous tube lighting, I don't support that. And part of the reason I don't support it is code enforcement is completely ineffective. We have myriad examples around this town of neon lighting, which, you know, is not being enforced. It is not permitted. We have open signs, many, many open signs. It's everywhere on Coast Highway, right up against the glass. You're required to have neon that's approved 3 feet back from the glass. And these are plastered right up on the, you know, right on the glass. We don't do anything about enforcing the code. And I don't see why that's going to change. We have some new luminous, very creative, you know, we want creativity inside, creative luminous signs out on the canyon right now, which are completely unpermitted. They're still there. They've been there 6 months at least. So I don't support them. I don't see any reason for them. So I'd like to see that struck from the resolution. I don't know how anybody else feels.
Well, I mean, I thought the only, you know, safeguard on that was that it would require, that they would always require a design review, right? So
people put them up and they never, ever come down.
But if they actually went to apply for a sign permit, you know, and do it the right way, they would have to go through a meeting, and, you know, if, you know, so I could see the potential for the, I don't know, the possibility of it maybe being, depending on, you know, where it was located in such a way, but I don't know. I could go either.
And there's discussion about, it's not lumens with luminous signs. It's another measure. What is it? Anyway, it doesn't matter. There's wording in the resolution that in highly trafficked areas like the downtown, these signs would need to be brighter. So we're just amping up the light levels based on what's currently in the resolution as I read it. So that's, I don't know how anybody else, you're kind of open to it.
I'm okay.
You're okay with it?
Yeah.
Leaving it in?
No, I'm okay with
removing it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I know the ones you're talking about in the canyon. It's, you know, and I had a, you know, I saw them when they went up, and I just thought, you know, that little restaurant has been struggling. You know, it's been through 5 different changes in the last 3 years, but they've kind of gone way overboard with it.
Yeah.
You know, so, and I know it's been brought.
Sign isn't going to change their business.
No, I know, but I know that it's been brought to the attention of the city, and it, you know, code enforcement's always.
I mean, it really is an enforcement issue.
But, you know, we don't do it. Steve, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, I'm sort of going along with the consensus that you guys have put together.
Okay. Let's see, roof alterations.
Would it be helpful, if, I tried to define, the idea of aesthetics as a threshold for design review, and send it to you tomorrow? Would that be? It's a little hard for my brain to just go, here's how it's defined.
Well, I think we've moved off of the aesthetics and we've said anything that.
Concept
not the
review.
mi- that- Yeah, for the concept review.
Okay,
not
that
anything
covers
that's more than de minimis.
Okay, that covers
Are
it.
you guys okay with that?
So just, so I make sure that I am capturing the intent. So what you're saying is that essentially everything that was listed under administrative DR for public works projects, that would be shifted to major. So that would go before the PC and nothing would be subject to administrative.
Well, it would just be require a concept review, not that it goes to us.
Got it.
For
Okay.
formal review. It
I mean,
just requires a concept.
a phrase that comes to mind is a public works project that has a visual impact on the public realm.
And I think there are some projects that are under administrative DR right now that are like minor construction that has some exterior changes. And so, I mean, I would read that as something like affecting aesthetics because it's exterior, but because it's a minor type of improvement, that's why it's under minor. So what I'm hearing is that that's potentially what you want to put under major, or is what you're saying that you just want to forget about that. You just want to recommend to the city council that they have a policy for concept review that staff is engaged in for administrative and minor public works projects.
I think that.
Okay, so the latter. Okay, I think we understand then.
By the way, I agree with you on the utility box example. Sorry, George. Yeah.
That's what?
The utility box example. We don't need to, yeah, the utility box. Who will? Yeah, yeah.
Just a clarification on concept, these public works projects they have concept review, but they come back to the planning commission.
No, I don't think so.
I think it would depend, for example, with the major, you're requesting a concept review before that will go back. For the administrative, you would have the concept review and then city staff has the option to either refer it up or to waive it. And I think that if in the concept review, the planning commission is giving direction that they're like very interested in seeing this again, then the community development director can wait or elevate it up. So I think you kind of have that option there. And I think then city staff can take kind of the direction of the planning commission from the concept
Okay, so
review.
it depends on the specifics of the project.
Yeah, and I think
Because we're going to see what we heard earlier tonight again.
Because that would be a major, I think, in my reading of the new ordinance, that would be a major project. So it's kind of consistent with city practice now, where for these major type of projects, we do a concept review. You would have the full DR hearing. And now the change would be like for the administrative DR version, we would be proposing to the city council to have a concept review there. And then based on planning commission feedback, the community development director would either put it before the full commission or waive it based on, what the commission is directing.
Yeah, so George, your trash can example, under the new, what we're proposing, we'd get a concept review and not necessarily a final review. Which by the way, I'm fine with, because that wouldn't be considered a major project, I think, by their definitions. Let's assume it isn't.
I think it's a major project. I mean,
I do too, because what happened there was Public Works went to an engineer to design the thing.
Yeah.
They didn't go to a designer and came with this thing that was horrible.
Oh, well, no, I remember. I was here for that.
Yeah.
It's just a question.
Here's
Here's my question on that. And because Anthony, you were here for that too. Where does that fall? Major or not major
I would say maybe.
in today's
It's
world?
certainly not de minimis. It would either be minor or major, so it would be subject to design review. To Jane's earlier point, if that design that was initially considered by the Planning Commission would have been instead presented to you as an initial concept, hearing the feedback that you gave at that meeting, we would not have processed that entitlement administratively at that point. We would have returned to
You
the
would have
Planning
come back.
Commission.
Okay. Yeah, because what I'm kind of hoping for from the city's perspective is on a project like that, I wouldn't feel the need after, particularly the input you gave, I wouldn't feel the need for that to come back for a hearing. And that's what I think is part of what you're trying to achieve.
I think the hearing is the opportunity to ensure that we did address your direction. Now, if the changes are not wholesale and your direction is very specific, then maybe staff does feel confident that we can make the necessary design revisions and refinements and then proceed with an administrative design review process. It would be based on the circumstances.
So I guess that's going to be based on our hearings.
Yeah.
And we will both know if it looks like a duck, it's a duck.
Yes.
But in the case, not to belabor this, but in the case of the trash enclosure, we had the concept review and then they came back and it still was not where it needed to be by a long shot. We didn't ever achieve what we really set out to do, but what we had the second hearing and then they came back again.
Well, because they came to us with an initial design ready for entitlements, and it was so bad that, it got kicked down the road 3 or 4 months, which, and then, you and I worked with them as a subcommittee and finally came back with a design that we finally went, okay, yeah. So what I'm thinking is that, if they brought a project like that for a concept review, we give input. And I think we could also maybe suggest to staff at that time, like, this is important enough of a project that we feel once they refine their design or whatever, that they should come back for a full design.
Yeah.
Whether staff goes along with it or not, that would be up to them, but it would be a suggestion on the part of the commission to say, we feel strongly enough about this that we want to see it for final approval and entitlements.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, so, kind of to summarize, it sounds like where we are is the 16 goes back to 15, which I got the sense you came here with that in your pocket. The deferral to the director, it's his discretion whether it can be called for design review, concept review for non-de minimis, and putting back roof alteration.
Luminous signs.
And luminous signs. Thank you. I didn't write down luminous signs.
I could maybe run through my list. You would incorporate by reference the changes presented by staff in the staff presentation. It sounded like there was consensus to incorporate all those changes into the ordinance. There would be no new allowances for new luminous tube signs that were proposed. We would add back in a design review trigger for roof alterations that change the dimensions or roof pitch. We would change those improvement triggers that rely on that 16-foot height threshold, drop it down to 15 feet in height. The director can refer a design review exempt project to the appropriate design review authority. And then last one, except for the de minimis capital improvement projects, all public works capital improvement projects would come to the Planning Commission for a concept review hearing.
Okay, it works.
Yeah.
Someone want to make a motion?
Yeah. So moved.
Yeah.
Second.
Commissioner Dubin?
Yes.
Commissioner Sadler?
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten?
Yes.
Chair Pro Tem Goldman?
Yes.
Chair Kellenberg?
Yes.
Motion carries.
Okay, thanks. Wasn't,
Thank you for your diligence on this matter and your patience with us.
by the way, I don't know how you look at it. That wasn't as painful as I thought it might be. I mean, Susan, for gosh sakes, started negotiating it in the agenda before. Okay. Any other business? Make a motion for the next hearing?
I had a question.
Make a motion to go to bed? I'm exhausted.
Oh. Can we add Google Earth back onto our tablets? We used to have it with the old ones, and we don't have it on the new ones, Google Earth.
I think you can add it, you can just add it.
I can
yourself
add it
through your-
myself?
I've added stuff on my.
Okay, I can download it myself.
By violating it.
Yeah.
Other apps on it?
I don't believe so. I believe that we kind of preload the things with, you couldn't download some type of ransom spyware or something like that, but Google Earth and stuff like
We
that.
can download that, okay. And then we got that letter about the prefab ADU on Glen Eyrie. Did that get referred to somebody? Remember that? Yeah.
So there was a message that was received regarding an item that would be coming, that would be, I guess, under the purview of the planning commission. Though at this point in time, I don't believe that we have a hearing date scheduled. I'm not sure on the
That
status.
would come to us?
I can't speak for this particular one because
Yeah.
we actually have a number of applications that may require consideration by the planning commission for accessory dwelling units, particularly those that might be located within the downtown specific plan.
Do we know when the neighborhood community church affordable housing project might be coming before us?
Yeah, I assume you guys all got notice.
Yeah, well, did you get that email from somebody wanting us to come by their house to look at the view impact? I'm like, I don't even know when that's going to be.
Yeah,
heard.
at this point, that project is still under review. It's currently under submittal, though one of the requirements is neighborhood outreach. And so there are going to be continuous efforts on the applicant's part to engage members of the community well in advance of a public hearing.
Okay, I responded and said, hey, that's not on our agenda yet. As soon as we actually get our staff report for that week, I will contact you and come by and.
Correct. Yes, at this point, we do not have a complete application.
You didn't respond.
Nope.
You're out there. Okay, any business on your end?
No updates for me.
Motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Yeah, when's our next? I move we adjourn to our next regularly scheduled meeting for April 1st, 2026.
Fools that we are.
Second,
Commissioner Dubin,
yes.
Commissioner Sadler.
Yes.
Commissioner Whiten, Chair Pro Tem Goldman, Chair Kellenberg.
Yes.
Motion carries. Good evening.
You're just starting your day, right?
No, it's about 11 o'clock in the morning here.
Yeah, you started it a long time ago.
Yeah, I started it early. Yeah, you got me out of bed early, but that's okay.
All right, enjoy your trip.
Take care.